Chapter 644. Guan Nanchao and Lu Qingyang didn't need to do anything at all, let alone suppress them. In fact, after Guan Nanchao and Lu Qingyang took control of Limitless Star, they gave Limitless Demon Palace some obvious preferential treatment at the beginning, but for some unknown reason, in less than 2 months, they cancelled all the preferential treatment and treated all the cultivators of Limitless Star equally. Moreover, in the past 2 years, they had never suppressed Wuxia Immortal Palace and even took care of them slightly. But even so, Wuxia Demon Palace naturally rose in strength. The heart of the people was the source of the gathering of providence. All of this originally belonged to Limitless Immortal Palace, and even more so, to Yun Mei Hall. But now, because of Chen Hao's promise to fight in 10 years, because of Chen Hao's disappearance, and also because Chen Shui and the other women who were once admired and worshipped by everyone were imprisoned, they no longer existed. Even Senior Immortal Han Mei and Senior Immortal Yun Wei were unable to recover from the setback because of this incident. All their hopes were pinned on Chen Hao, Chen Shui, and the other women. But now, feeling uneasy, the two of them quickly rushed to Spirit City. They were afraid of hearing any unfavorable news, especially since Lu Qingyang was the one who summoned them this time. This made them very uneasy. Lu Qingyang was the temporary ruler of Wuxia Star. Could it be that something big happened? The two of them arrived at Spirit City at the fastest speed and directly entered the second world. They spent immortal metacrystals and took the teleportation array directly to Wuxia Star Station. Han Mei Yun Wei quickly go to the main hall. Senior Immortal Qingyang and Senior Immortal Nanchao are distributing. When Senior Immortal Han Mei and Senior Immortal Yun Wei arrived at the gate of Wuxia Star Station, the two Earth Celestial Stage old men guarding the gate said with a smile. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't expect any good news, but from the words of the two old men, it shouldn't be bad news. What distribution? You'll know when you go in. This time, the two of you will be heavily rewarded. An old man guarding the gate said. Obviously, they were familiar with Senior Immortal Han Mei and Senior Immortal Yun Wei. Moreover, they looked at the two of them with envy. This made the two of them very puzzled. Senior Immortal Qingyang, Senior Immortal Nanchao. When the two of them entered the main hall, their expressions were calm as they bowed respectfully. Venerable Han Mei and Venerable Yun Wei didn't have a good impression of these two heavenly venerables because they more or less knew the situation from Chen Hao's eldest senior brother, Heavenly Venerable Gu Chen. Although they weren't very clear, they knew what they had done to Chen Hao. However, the situation that they originally thought would be very difficult in the future did not happen. They naturally knew that Emperor Gu Chen had something to do with this, but the strange thing was that in these 2 years, not only did he not suppress them, he even took care of Yun Mei Hall. This was a very strange thing. After all, although Emperor Gu Chen was powerful, he could only ensure that they did not suffer excessive suppression. Moreover, during these 2 years, Heavenly Venerate Qingyang and Heavenly Venerate Nanchao managed the Wuxia Star fairly, and the situation that Heavenly Venerate Gu Chen was worried about didn't happen. Therefore, although Venerable Han Mei and Venerable Yun Wei didn't have a good impression of them, they didn't view them as enemies either. To be exact, they couldn't view them as enemies, nor were they qualified to do so. There's no need for formalities. Han Mei, Yun Wei, this time I called you here urgently because there's an important matter that concerns whether the two of you can break through to the Heaven Celestial Stage. Break through to the Heaven Celestial Stage? Venerable Han Mei and Venerable Yun Wei were shocked. That's right. You also know that our Wuxia Star is poor in resources. Although this opportunity is very important to the experts at the peak of the Mastery Earth Celestial Stage, the number of people we can help is very limited. After discussing with Heavenly Venerate Nanchao, we feel that the two of you are undoubtedly the most suitable candidates. In these years, especially these few years, the two of you have cultivated many genius disciples, and your contributions to our Wuxia Star can be said to be great. Moreover, the two of you have outstanding combat strength and talent. It can be said that you're only one step away from entering the Heaven Celestial Stage. Heavenly Venerate Qingyang said. Before Lu Qingyang took control of the Wuxia Star, he was arrogant and indifferent. However, in just 2 years, he seemed to have changed into a different person. Whether it was his expression or his words, they were quite similar to Heavenly Venerate Yuanru in the past. If Venerable Han Mei and Venerable Yun Wei didn't know some things, they would have been very grateful to him just based on these few words. After all, this person now represented the highest ruler of the Wuji star. That's right. The two of you have made the highest contributions to the Wuji star in the past 100 years. Old man knows that the two of you are probably still holding a grudge against me and Heavenly Venerate Qin Yang for expelling Chen Hao from the Wuji star. Originally, the old man didn't intend to explain, but you'll understand in the future. However, the old man thinks it's better to explain it to the two of you in case you can't bear it. Alas, looking at the two of you now, the old man really can't bear it. After the incident, the reason why the old man and Heavenly Venerate Qin Yang expelled Chen Hao from the Wuji star was for the sake of the Wuji star. It's better to be safe than sorry. The two of you should know that in the cultivation world, strength is everything. The Wuji star is at a disadvantage. What can we do if the other party wants to pin the blame on us? At that time, if Chen Hao is sacrificed and the other party continues to pester us because of Chen Hao and Heavenly Venerate Yuanru, the Wuji star will fall into an irrecoverable situation. However, it's different now. The old man's granddaughter, Bailey Ningbing, has become a disciple of the Sacred Hall after becoming a disciple of the Everlasting Sect. The old man believes that no one will dare to do anything to the Wuji star. At least, no matter what happens in the future, they won't use the matter of Chen Hao and Heavenly Venerate Yuanru to make things difficult for us. Moreover, the old man doesn't mind telling the two of you. Your disciple Chen Hao has disappeared for almost 2 years, but his progress is very shocking. Even the current Lil Bing is no match for him. Originally, Venerable Han Mei and Heavenly Venerate Yun Wei didn't feel much when Guan Nanchao interrupted and spoke on behalf of Heavenly Venerate Qin Yang. This was because they knew that the instigators who targeted Chen Hao were Guan Nanchao and his granddaughter, the current Heavenly Venerate Bailey Ningbing. However, when they heard Guan Nanchao's explanation, although he didn't hide it, they also felt that what he said seemed to be reasonable. If he really had bad intentions, there was no reason for him not to suppress them in these 2 years. Instead, he took care of them. However, the two of them were a little surprised to hear him explain so much. With his status, he didn't explain anything to the two of them. It was only when Guan Nanchao mentioned the news of Chen Hao that the two of them cried out in surprise. Their expressions became excited at the same time. They finally understood why someone of Guan Nanchao's status would deliberately explain to them. Heavenly Venerate Nanchao, how did you know? Is the information accurate? The information is absolutely accurate. Old man also heard it from Lil Bing. This girl and Chen Hao can be said to be enemies are bound to meet. 2 months ago, when she was training, she happened to see Chen Hao attract heavenly punishment. Lil Bing and Chen Hao had a conflict before. You should also know about it, so the two of them fought. Then, Lil Bing was defeated by Chen Hao. The matters of young people, many times they can't see themselves clearly. As bystanders, we can't follow their nonsense. After I received the news, I went with Heavenly Venerate Qin Yang to find Chen Hao, but there was no result. I think he must have already left the place where Lil Bing met him. Yes. Han Mei Yun Wei, if you can get in touch with Chen Hao, tell him that we, the Wuji star, are not afraid of any forces on the Yang star. Although we are still very weak, we have Bailey Ningbing in him as well as his. Chen Shui, Helian Wuzi, Tantai Lien, Xia Yuyu, and other young people. The Wuji star is destined to be glorious. Heavenly Venerate Nanchao and I have officially announced that he will return to the Wuji star. As long as he needs it, we will fully support his cultivation. We only hope that in 8 years, he can overcome the tribulation and soar to the sky. Although the hope is not great, there is still hope. Moreover, by then, Lil Bing should really grow up and understand herself. As long as she grows up fast, with the identity of a disciple of the Divine Temple, she may have a say. There is still a great chance that Chen Hao can overcome the tribulation. Now, we are just in time for a great opportunity in the Earth's celestial stage. Therefore, we have agreed that the Wuji star will fully support the two of you and the other 8 people. Celestial Venerables, what kind of great opportunity is this? Celestial Venerable Han Mei asked. At this moment, she and Celestial Venerable Yun Wei understood the reason why this opportunity fell on them was absolutely because Guan Nanchao and Lu Qingyang had obtained information about Chen Hao. That was why they were given this opportunity. Otherwise, there were many powerhouses at the peak of the late stage of the Earth's celestial stage on the Wuji star. Not to mention others, there were many direct descendants of Guan Nanchao. There were a total of 10 places. How could the two of them be given a chance? It's because only powerhouses at the Earth's celestial stage can enter the primitive mystery land. The estimated time it will open is 1 year later. The Wuji star has 10 places. However, after entering the primitive mystery land this time, the competition will be very fierce. It will not only be a competition within the human race, but also the powerhouses of the Earth's celestial stage from the other 10 galaxies. The primitive mystery land. Upon hearing these words, Celestial Venerable Han Mei and Celestial Venerable Yun Wei revealed a trace of surprise and excitement. According to the information they knew, the primitive mystery land was divided into various levels. The lowest level was the human celestial stage. The highest level was the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. However, no matter what level it was, as long as one entered it, they would obtain great rewards. There were countless real ancient relics, magic treasures, secret books, spiritual items of heaven and earth, great opportunities, and inheritances. It was absolutely the dream of any cultivator. It was just an adjective to say that it was once in 10,000 years. In fact, it was not necessarily seen in 100,000 or even 1 million years, especially when it was suitable for Earth's celestials like them to enter. Chapter 645. Of course, because of this huge benefit, there was no doubt about the cruelty of entering. They had also read in the information that not everyone dared to enter. Under normal circumstances, a certain number of places would be allocated according to the strength of each major planet. The stronger the planet, the more places it would get. In addition to these places, there were also some rogue cultivators who were selected through the Alliance's registration. The total number of people would be controlled to be the same as the other 9 galaxies. This was the agreement between the 10 galaxies when they competed for resources. In fact, without the support of a force behind them, cultivators at the early and middle Earth celestial stage wouldn't dare to enter. Even those at the peak of the late Earth celestial stage wouldn't dare to enter if their strength was weak. After all, it wasn't only the human race who entered, but also the cultivators from the other 10 galaxies. This was a resource competition between the Earth celestial stage experts from the 10 galaxies. Needless to say, killing and robbing was inevitable. It would happen even within the human race, let alone among the 10 galaxies. If you entered and didn't compete with others, as long as you were encountered by other races, it would be a fight without any suspense. How could you survive if you weren't strong enough? I believe you should know the risks and benefits of the primitive secret realm. If you enter, even if you just cultivate there, there's a great chance that you'll comprehend the barrier. Both of you have good combat power, and with the full support of the Wuji star, after entering, as long as you don't compete with others, the danger will be very small. Moreover, if you can contact Chen Hao, I believe he'll take care of you, and you'll be fine. Of course, at that time, you must join the team led by the disciples of the Divine Palace. That's the safest way. We can't contact him. In the past 2 years, he hasn't even logged into the second world. We've sent countless messages, but there's no reply. Venerable Han Mei said directly. By now, she already knew that the two of them wanted to contact Chen Hao, but what was their purpose? Venerable Han Mei didn't know. Although she felt that the two of them were very sincere and didn't seem to want to do anything to Chen Hao, it was hard to know what was in a person's heart. Especially such a high and mighty existence, she couldn't measure it. Because of this, she said so directly. Firstly, it meant that she and Apotheosis Yun Wei couldn't contact Chen Hao at all. That was the truth, which made the other party give up on this idea. Secondly, if they had any ulterior motives, they could withdraw in advance. After all, Lu Qingyang and Guan Nanchao had said that they would fully support the two of them in entering the primitive mystic realm. This was a huge meat pie, so they would not be bribed. That doesn't matter. As long as you decide to go, go to the Alliance Square immediately. In real time, they would depart tomorrow. When you arrive at the Yang planet, the treasury of the Wuji planet will be open to you. We will lend you a full set of supreme-grade spirit treasures for the time being. You can return them when you come back. In the second world, the training field in our encampment will be open to you and the other 8 for a period of time. There is no time limit. Are you willing? Empyrean Azure's son directly asked. Venerable Han Mei and Venerable Yun Wei looked at each other and replied at the same time, "We are willing." "Thank you, Venerables." "All right then. I'm afraid you'll be gone for a long time this time. Make the necessary arrangements in advance. Set off with Celestial Venerable Gu Chen tomorrow. This time, Celestial Venerable Gu Chen will lead the team." "Yes." Hearing Lu Qingyang say that Celestial Venerable Gu Chen would lead the team, Venerable Han Mei and Venerable Yun Wei felt even more comforted. Obviously, these two really meant well. "Brother Nanchao, I really admire you more and more. It's nothing. It may seem unintentional, but it may be our only chance of survival. So far, our contributions have outweighed our mistakes. No matter what happens in the future, we won't be in danger." "That's right. However, Brother Nanchao, I'm still puzzled. At the beginning, our thoughts were completely different. How did you suddenly change your strategy when there were no clues at all?" Brother Qingyang, you really can't guess?" It's just a guess. Without hearing it from you personally, I can't be sure. The truth is like this. Lil Bing's hatred is too strong, and it's already an inner demon. Everything I did was for this granddaughter of mine. Back then, I went against her wishes and did all these behind her back because I was afraid that it would be irreversible in the future. Now, it's proven that I did the right thing. Not to mention, with Chen Hao's advancement, there's indeed a great chance that he'll survive the crisis in half a year. Just for Lil Bing, I should do this. Moreover, I found that after doing this, I seem to be happier than before. I feel the same. When I really reached this position, I also understood how much responsibility this position has to bear. I also understand why the old ancestor was so biased toward Celestial Venerable Yunru. He has indeed sacrificed so much more than us. Yes, in these 2 years, I also understood a lot of things that I didn't understand before. Did you notice anything unusual about Celestial Venerable Gu Chen? You noticed it too? So this proves that we did the right thing. We should also rejoice that it was Lil Bing's extreme behavior that made me decide to do this. Otherwise, right now, I'm afraid the two of us would be, we still need to work hard. There should still be hope for Daoist Jingxian. Yes. Back then, the conversation between Bailey Ningbing and Guan Nanchao was about how she wanted Chen Hao to beg for death. This was the real reason why Guan Nanchao decided to change his strategy. As an experienced bystander, he saw it more clearly and clearly. He knew that Chen Hao was already Bailey Ningbing's greatest inner demon. There was no reason for her to hate him, and it shouldn't be so strong to the point of madness. Otherwise, it would be enough to kill Chen Hao. But what about Bailey Ningbing? The depth of love, the intensity of hatred. Guan Nanchao was sure that although his granddaughter couldn't see through him, it was no longer as simple as pure hatred. It was precisely because of this that Guan Nanchao changed his strategy at some point and no longer followed the original plan. He chose to leave a way out, to truly do something for planet Wuji. Reality proved that he was right. First, he learned from Bailey Ningbing that Chen Hao, who disappeared without a trace, was now an Earth Immortal expert, and his combat strength surpassed Bailey Ningbing's. Although Bailey Ningbing hadn't explained it in detail, he understood from her furious words and expression that she'd suffered a great loss at Chen Hao's hands. What did this mean? Bailey Ningbing was now a temple disciple, but she still wasn't Chen Hao's match. How many resources had Bailey Ningbing obtained in the past 2 years because of the everlasting sect and the temple? What did Chen Hao have? This kind of advancement could only be described as terrifying. Second, the Long family's sudden rise. The relationship between Long Ting and Chen Hao was no secret on the Yang planet. And now, Long Ting was a temple disciple. Long Yi was a disciple of the Death Door sect and had a great chance of becoming a temple disciple. More importantly, there was news among the higher-ups of the Yang planet that the rapid decline of the Gua family in the past 2 years had something to do with the Long family. The only heir of the Gua family, Guanu, was still alive, and his master, Yen Baiyin, an expert from the Grand Mist Supremacy realm, was still missing. Some people even speculated that Guanu had died at the hands of Long Ting and Long Yi. How could such a powerful family not care about Chen Hao's life? Others might not know, but at least Guan Nanchao got the news from Bailey Ningbing that Long Ting was still in contact with Chen Hao. Third, and the first person he and Celestial Master Qin Yang thought had made the best decision was Celestial Master Gu Qin, the eldest disciple of the limitless ancestor. This was because half a year ago, the two of them realized that Celestial Master Gu Chen's aura had improved tremendously. That kind of aura had definitely broken through the peak of the advanced heaven immortal stage and could step into the ranks of Daoist Jingxian at any time. Fourth, after they did so, they realized and discovered their own things. From deliberately thinking for the limitless star to now, they had begun to enjoy the pleasure brought by this kind of sacrifice for the limitless star. This was a feeling they had never had before. Because of the hearts of the people, because of the convergence of luck, even Gu Chen's attitude toward them had changed a little. Phew, vast universe star, East Stream City. In the most expensive cultivation room in the best restaurant, Chen Hao, who had been meditating for 20 days, had finally completely digested the gains from the 6,000 battles. The state of I am heaven and earth are me also allowed him to really consolidate his realm after stepping into the Earth's celestial stage for nearly 4 months. On the road of cultivation, the higher the stage, the slower the progress. Although Chen Hao's soul realm was comparable to that of a heaven immortal, there were still many constraints. If he wanted to advance to the peak of the advanced heaven immortal stage, it was not something he could do in a few days or dozens of days. This was no longer as simple as tempering his true core strength. Let's go to the mysterious ice realm for this trial. Maybe the harvest will be bigger. Chen Hao slowly stood up and thought to himself. The mysterious ice realm was located at the northernmost part of Vast Universe Star. It was one of the best trial places on Vast Universe Star. Chen Hao, who had experienced the tempering of the 9-fold mysterious fire, had long wanted to enter the mysterious ice realm. However, according to the records of the mysterious ice realm, it was a suitable trial place for masters at the peak of the advanced heaven immortal stage. Although Chen Hao was confident, it was a bit too rash to go there when he was at the human celestial stage. Moreover, he had reached the peak at that time, so there was no need to take risks. Now, after stepping into the Earth's celestial stage, it was suitable to go there. In addition to tempering his body with the extremely cold mysterious ice energy, he could also reconstruct the divine beast Black Tortoise's golden body. These were all things that Chen Hao had to do. In addition to his own steady cultivation, Chen Hao could not let go of anything that could quickly enhance his strength, and the divine beasts of 5 directions were one of them. Hello, I'm checking out. After entering the restaurant, Chen Hao, who had never left, finally stepped out of the room for the first time after 3 months and 20 days and went to the front desk of the restaurant. But, sir, you have been in seclusion for a few months. Did you enter the second world? I don't think so. Do you know anything about the primitive mystic realm? Chapter 646. News about the primitive mystic realm? Chen Hao was slightly surprised. In the past 2 years, Chen Hao had gone through many adventures and had a more detailed understanding of the cultivation world. He knew about the various treasured lands, holy lands, perilous lands, and all kinds of secret records. Therefore, when Chen Hao heard the female attendant at the human celestial stage, even the usually calm Chen Hao was a little excited and asked in surprise. It seems that you really don't know about it. Otherwise, you would have gone to sign up a long time ago. Half a month ago, the headquarters of the Vast Galaxy Alliance announced that they had discovered a primitive mystic realm of the Earth's celestial stage that is about to open. Every city in the vast galaxy star has a quota for disbanded cultivators. Tomorrow is the deadline for registration. If you don't come out today, our manager will inform you tomorrow. Do I sign up at the Alliance Center? Your fees have been processed. Please come again. Thank you. Chen Hao turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the front desk of the restaurant. At the same time, Chen Hao took out a spiritual helmet that he had used before and went into the second world. Beep, 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 beep. As expected, he received a message from Longtime and Long. The message didn't mention anything. It just asked Chen Hao to contact them as soon as possible. Chen Hao knew that any spiritual helmet that he used to contact Longtime and Long Yi would receive the same message. According to the records, the primitive mystic realm, no matter what level it was a big event that would shake the entire cultivation world. Moreover, the cultivation world mentioned here was not just the vast galaxy of the human race, but the entire cultivation world including the 10 galaxies. This time, it was the primitive mystic realm of the Earth's celestial stage. For him, it was a great opportunity. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Hao sent a communication request. Brother Hao, you're finally here. There's great news. Have you heard? Yes. I'm here to tell you that I already know. Don't worry about me. Now, I'm going to sign up. That's good. I was worried that you would miss it because you were cultivating in seclusion. Luckily, Big Brother Hao, you don't plan on coming with me? Long Ting caught the hidden meaning in Chen Hao's words and said with a bit of disappointment. You're a disciple of the Divine Temple and a leader of the team. I'm just an unruly commoner, so I won't follow you. Oh, right, Sister Ting, I've taken the second pill. Looking at your image now, I feel. I understand your feelings now. Humph. You even said that I was horny. Do you understand now? The pain and happiness. That's not right. Didn't you say you didn't feel anything last time? Didn't it only act up once? How did it? Who knows? In any case, after stepping into the Earth's celestial stage, the eruption was 10 times or even 100 times more intense than the first time. Although I managed to withstand it, the frequency of the eruption was so high that I couldn't even calm down to cultivate. My mind was filled with you. Moreover, after each eruption, the effect seemed to be very small, so small that it could be ignored. So I could only swallow the second pill. It's much better now. Brother Hao, are you serious? What do you mean by serious? Of course, I'm serious. Would I lie to you about this? I mean, after the eruption, you have no effect. That's right. Hee, I accidentally reached my limit. Am I stronger than you? Chen Hao said proudly as he stared at Long Ting's image. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the illusion where he had ravaged this girl thousands of times when he had an eruption. He couldn't help but feel his heart throbbing and his cock twitching. This kind of teasing often happened between the two of them. Firstly, it was to communicate their feelings. Secondly, it was to promote the absorption of the pill's effect. Therefore, in the past 2 years, Chen Hao and Long Ting had basically reached the point where they could talk about anything and didn't hold back at all. Of course, it was only limited to affecting their communication. This time, I'll try to hold back and refine to the limit. Okay, I'm going to sign up. Although Long Ting was reluctant, she understood why Chen Hao didn't want to go with her. She was a disciple of the Divine Temple. As one of the top geniuses of the human clan, they all had a mission when they entered. To be precise, they had a mission to compete with the other 9 galaxies. Every disciple of the Divine Temple would lead many experts in the Earth's celestial stage to form an army to compete for great opportunities, great inheritances, real ancient spiritual treasures, ancient relics, spiritual items of heaven and earth, and spiritual medicine. Only in this way could they gain the most. However, for some of the top experts with real combat strength, they would never join a team. After all, if a disciple of the Divine Temple led a team and the benefits were distributed according to contribution, it was far better for them to eat alone. Therefore, there were still many lone wolves. But as a disciple of the Divine Temple, they had to lead a team and take on the responsibility of protecting the cultivators of the human clan. This was their duty. Otherwise, a state of disunity would be very disadvantageous to the human clan. Of course, as a leader, their gains would definitely be greater than the lone wolves. As for Chen Hao, he could be considered to be a homeless, itinerant cultivator. He didn't enjoy the preferential treatment that the human clan gave to the disciples of the Divine Temple. Naturally, He didn't have the duty and responsibility to protect the cultivators of the human clan. Of course, even if he stood out, others wouldn't recognize him. Fuck. I'm willing to die, why can't I sign up? Damn it, am I weak? Forget it, brother, just accept your fate. We have no background and our strength isn't very outstanding. The quota for lone wolves is limited. It's natural that we can't compete for it, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. Look, those who passed, which one of them didn't have a strong aura? And they all have ultimate spiritual treasure sets? Even if we don't go in and compete with others, if we're unlucky and encounter cultivators from other galaxies, we'll definitely die. So what if we die? I'm willing to take the risk. Why can they pass with ultimate spiritual treasure sets, but I can't? My aura is not weaker than theirs. When Chen Hao rushed to the registration point at the center of the alliance, the huge square was filled with countless cultivators of the Earth's celestial realm. Moreover, each of them was overflowing with treasure light, and their auras were fully released, showing that they were in their peak condition. However, there were many cultivators who couldn't pass the registration and were cursing and swearing. Looking at the angry cultivator, Chen Hao, who was dressed in a black robe and had changed his appearance and aura, shook his head slightly. Although Chen Hao didn't know how many cultivators could enter the vast universe galaxy this time, this person's aura was really not very good. In the whole square, at least 90% of the people were stronger than him. Obviously, this was a guy who didn't know his own limits, wasn't afraid of death, and had no background. Otherwise, he would not have a decent spiritual treasure. What are you looking at? You're stronger than me? You don't even have a spiritual treasure, and your aura is worse than mine. Why are you still hiding? Don't you know that you have to show up in person? Are you laughing? What are you laughing at? If I can't pass, you, a rookie in the initial stage of the Earth's celestial realm, don't even think about it. The cultivator who was cursing and swearing happened to see Chen Hao, who was walking in, and Chen Hao happened to shake his head casually. Great, now he had become the other party's punching bag. Chen Hao smiled and shook his head again. He stood at the end of the registration line. My young friend, please show your original appearance and aura. When Chen Hao stood at the end of the line, an old man who was standing at the end of the line and wearing the Alliance's special uniform reminded him with a smile, the number of disbanded cultivators in the primitive mystic land is limited, and there are too many cultivators who have signed up. Therefore, you have to go through a rough selection before you are qualified to sign up. Swoosh. In the information about the primitive mystic land, there were no details about the registration of disbanded cultivators. Therefore, Chen Hao really didn't know that he had to show his original appearance and aura. However, when he heard the old man's words, he knew it was inevitable. Therefore, he put away his disguise without hesitation. When the mysterious aura dissipated from Chen Hao's body, it had been almost 2 years. Whether it was in the real world or the second world, Chen Hao, who had never revealed his true appearance in front of anyone, finally appeared in front of people with his real aura and appearance for the first time. No way. The cultivator who had been rejected just now was ready to laugh at Chen Hao. When he saw Chen Hao's real appearance and sensed Chen Hao's aura, he was dumbfounded. This is the initial stage of the Earth's celestial realm? He's so powerful. He didn't release his aura deliberately, but he's more powerful than me, who's at the later stage of the Earth's celestial realm. Cold-blooded. Brother, you're cold-blooded. Am I right? Suddenly, a nearby cultivator at the initial stage of the Earth's celestial realm, who had come to join in the fun, exclaimed as he looked at Chen Hao eagerly. Cold-blooded? Originally, only a few people in the surroundings were surprised by Chen Hao, who was only at the initial stage of the Earth's celestial realm but had an extremely powerful aura. However, with this sudden exclamation, especially the name cold-blooded that had caused a sensation in the entire East Flow city, countless gazes instantly turned to Chen Hao. Chen Hao's heart thumped. How the fuck could this person recognize him? However, Chen Hao immediately understood what was going on. This person had only seen his realm and sensed his aura. Coupled with his familiarity with the young cultivators of East Flow City, this person had made this guess. After all, The strength of his aura at this moment could only be compared to the mysterious cold-blooded of the second world and the #1 genius girl of East Flow City. As for him, he was a man. You've got the wrong person, Chen Hao said with a faint smile. His handsome face and gentle voice made anyone who saw or heard him feel very pleasing to the eye, as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. How is this cold-blooded? Cold-blooded is very old, and his cold aura is completely different from this brother's. Cough cough. I'm sorry, my guess was wrong. I'm sorry. Third update. Chapter 647. The person who spoke also felt that he was too rash. Although the young man in front of him had a strong aura, neither his voice nor his appearance could be faked by a cold-blooded person who was so cold to the bone. The surrounding people were also discussing. Although they concluded that Chen Hao was not cold-blooded, they were still surprised that Chen Hao, who was so young and at the initial stage of the human celestial stage, had such a strong aura. Chen Hao smiled and looked at the old man, who was also a little shocked. He said, "Senior, can I sign up?" You have such an aura at the initial stage of the Earth's celestial stage, which is really outstanding. When your aura is enough, please use your most powerful magic weapon. As long as your magic weapon is powerful enough, you can sign up. This is also responsible for your life. Okay, this. Chen Hao directly used a set of spiritual treasures that he had refined in the Wuji star. He had basically thrown it in the corner and hadn't used it for a long time. He had no choice but to use this set. He didn't have any bad ones, nor did he have any good ones. The only thing that was much better than this was a miniature flying machine, a divine artifact, the North Sea soft armor, the 5 elements sword that had been refined countless times and was absolutely second only to a divine artifact among the best spiritual treasures, or the original body of the ancient spiritual treasure. Every single one of those items was enough to scare people to death. After a set of spirit treasure armor appeared on Chen Hao's body, Chen Hao imperceptibly increased his aura by 30% to make up for the flaw of the spirit treasure being of a lower grade. Even though his spiritual treasure wasn't really of a low level, it was just as a certain someone had said, this world wouldn't understand its coquettishness. Similarly, the spiritual treasure armor that he had refined when he was at a very low level, although the runes were not profound enough, the practitioners here would not understand the functions it contained. Well, you barely meet the requirements. You can sign up now. I hope you can pass the test. I also hope you can find some more powerful spiritual treasures after you pass the test. Only by strengthening your own strength, when you enter the primitive mystery realm, you will be safer and you may gain more. Thank you, Senior. Chen Hao said politely, clasping his hands. You're welcome. Little brother, to be honest, it would be even better for you if it opened a few years later. Unfortunately, your current cultivation is slightly lacking. Time waits for no man. This is something that can't be helped, Chen Hao said with a slight smile. 10 minutes later, Chen Hao followed the long line into the testing hall. Whether or not you can obtain the qualifications to enter the primal mystic realm is not something that our East Flow City Alliance Center can decide. We will only report the results of the test to the Vast Universe Galaxy Alliance headquarters. In the end, according to the test results of all the rogue cultivators that have registered, we will choose from the highest ranking to the number of spots allocated to the rogue cultivators. There was only one test, and that was the combat strength test. This helmet is a special spirit realm helmet for testing purposes. You can enter your own information and test it. Tomorrow night, the Vast Universe Galaxy Alliance headquarters would tabulate the final results. What else was there to be unclear about? If not, you can start the test after the people in front of you have completed the test. Everyone only has 5 minutes in the second world. Won't be long before. In the entire hall, there were 1,000 people sitting cross-legged in a row, wearing special test helmets and testing. As for Chen Hao and the other 999 people, they were waiting at the front of their respective teams. At this time, Chen Hao understood that for someone like him, who obviously didn't originate from East Flow City, to participate in the East Flow City's registration wouldn't cause the East Flow City's cultivators to reveal anything. This was because this was a competition among the Earth Immortal Realm rogue cultivators of the entire vast universe galaxy. It didn't matter where one registered for the test. Whether one could pass or not would depend on the overall ranking. If this wasn't the case, Chen Hao would have a bit of trouble registering here. Moreover, he would definitely be pushed aside by the rogue cultivators from East Flow City. It might even be a problem if he could register. At that time, Chen Hao would have no choice but to return to the Asian Ing Planet. Even if he didn't have enough time, how could the Asian Ing Planet Alliance allow him to participate in the test? Of course, this was only a competition among rogue cultivators. As for the large sects, powers, vital planets, and so on, there was no need to take the test. They only needed to wait for their departure. After the cultivator in front of Chen Hao finished his test, Chen Hao walked over and picked up the special helmet. I don't have to perform too well, but I can't perform too badly either. Otherwise, I'll be so low-key that I lose my qualification, Chen Hao thought to himself. The aura around his body suddenly became stronger. He didn't need to sacrifice his blood essence. He only needed to integrate his mind into it. Beep, beep, beep. Welcome to the Second World Alliance Combat Strength Testing Space. The time limit is 5 minutes. Your combat strength will be determined according to the number of enemies you kill and their combat strength. Your serial number is Vast Universe Star East Flow City 67844341. Please enter your real personal information based on your birth token. Disguises are not allowed. If found, you will be disqualified directly. Chen Hao frowned slightly. He originally thought that he wouldn't need to use his real identity, but he didn't expect to be stuck at this level. However, before coming, he had thought of this possibility. Even if his identity was exposed, he still had to participate. At this time, he definitely couldn't withdraw because of this. Name: Chen Hao, born on the Wuji star under the jurisdiction of the Yang star. Contact number: ******. Chen Hao entered his real personal information according to the prompt. Beep beep beep. Test complete. Identity confirmed. The test will begin in 5 seconds. Please get ready. Chen Hao looked at the huge space that was as spacious as a martial arts practice field. Suddenly, he activated the energy around his body. Clang. At the same time, he unsheathed his sword. However, it was not the 5-element sword, but the separated golden sword. My combat strength is determined by the number of enemies killed and their combat strength in a fixed time. Then I can't fight with the same mentality as when I'm cultivating. Chen Hao, who had been immersed in cultivation for nearly 2 years, was pursuing his own Dao even when he was training. Unless he was in a dangerous situation, he would give the other party a chance to perform to his heart's content. Now, if Chen Hao did this, he would definitely be eliminated. This was the difference between a mechanical test and a manual test. Only the results mattered. No one would care about the process and no one could care about it. Especially with such a large number of testers, if the cultivators of the Alliance were to watch the test one by one, it would take a long time for the test to be completed. Moreover, if human factors were involved, something fishy would happen. Boom. After 5 seconds of preparation, a giant monster with a height of 1,000 feet suddenly appeared. It roared angrily at Chen Hao and slapped its giant claws down. A demonic beast at the peak of the later stage of the Earth's celestial stage? Bang. Facing the monster with a height of 1,000 feet, Chen Hao didn't panic at all. He stomped his feet and jumped up like a cannonball at an even more terrifying speed. Then, he brandished his sword and slashed it down forcefully. The dazzling and fierce sword light was like a silver river that descended from the sky, and it contained boundless profundities and fierce sword insight. Rip. It slashed the enormous body of the demon beast into 2, and then, rumble. In the violent explosion, the demonic beast turned into a white light. It was dead. Howl. To Chen Hao's surprise, as soon as he killed the first demonic beast, another 10 demonic beasts with the same aura appeared. How could it increase so quickly? Without much time to think, Chen Hao brandished his sword to meet them. Even if such a giant monster surrounded him and attacked him violently at the same time, In Chen Hao's eyes, except for the fact that their absolute strength was stronger, they were no threat at all. His eyes were full of fatal flaws. Swish. Swish. Chen Hao shook his wrist and 10 sword lights appeared. These 10 sword lights were not as domineering and violent as when he killed the first monster. In fact, the energy contained in these 10 sword lights was not as great as that of the first one. However, the 10,000-meter-long monsters fell to the ground. In front of Chen Hao, they were like paper tigers. Such a demonic beast can be easily killed by a cultivator at the peak of the later stage of the Earth's celestial stage. It's just a little more strenuous than me, Chen Hao thought to himself. At this time, what made Chen Hao frown again was that the third wave directly turned into 100 similar demonic beasts. Isn't this increase too fierce? Chen Hao wanted to buy some time, but he felt that it was unnecessary. According to his judgment, the number of demonic beasts killed and their combat power were definitely not enough to pass the test. When it was about time, he would go easy on them. Therefore, in just 5 seconds, the 100-odd monsters, which were full of energy but stupid in his eyes, all turned into white light again. But, Wing Tribe? Insect Tribe? Dark Demon Tribe? Ghost Tribe? Yelf Tribe? Goblin Tribe? God Tribe? Heavenly Devil Tribe? Rumble. At the 5th minute, when there were only 10 seconds left to the end, Chen Hao, who was filled with the flames of war and an incomparably strong desire to fight, was currently bathed in blood and filled with a monstrous killing intent. His eyes were like 2 sharp swords as he stared fixedly at the powerful sky demon that had fallen to the ground and turned into a white light. Beep beep beep. Congratulations on passing the test. You've been awarded the title of a human tribe first-class master at the Earth's celestial stage. Chen Hao, who thought he was going to face a more powerful opponent, was suddenly awakened by the warning tone in his mind. But I forgot to keep a low profile. Swish. Chen Hao was directly ejected from the second world. His real body had a conflicted and depressed look on his face. Brother, don't be depressed. You were just born at the wrong time. You're at the initial stage of the human celestial stage, and your aura is already very powerful. It's my turn to test. Cough cough. I'm sorry. Chen Hao took off the test helmet and handed it to the cultivator who came over. I'm depressed. I've already decided to keep a low profile and get an average result. But I didn't expect that the next opponent would be more and more powerful. Not only that, the opponent was an ace at the Earth's celestial stage from the other 9 galaxies. He thought about buying some time during the battle, but the opponent used his most powerful attack. What could Chen Hao do? He couldn't let himself be killed by an alien race, right? 4th update, please vote. Chapter 648. Even though it was only the second world, Chen Hao knew that it was a simulation and not real. But in his heart, he did not want to be killed by a member of the mysterious clan. Another reason was that Chen Hao was very curious about the mysterious clans in the other 9 galaxies and wanted to know more about them. After all, this was the first time he had met a cultivator from the mysterious clan. Doing this could be considered as preparation for entering the primitive mystic realm. As a result, Chen Hao was depressed that he did not succeed in keeping a low profile. He had actually passed and obtained the title of a top expert in the Earth's celestial stage of the human clan. Chen Hao did not know how the combat power represented by this title was divided, but he was sure that obtaining the right to enter the primitive mystic realm would not be a problem. Do you want to see the test results here tomorrow night? Chen Hao asked as he walked to the side of the old man who was in charge of the explanation. No need. The Alliance headquarters will send the results directly to you in the second world tomorrow night. Forgive the old man for being direct, but you don't have to be depressed. Not passing is not necessarily a bad thing. A genius like you is only in the Earth's celestial stage of the initial stage. It would be a pity if you died there. For you to have such a cultivation base at such a young age and have such a powerful aura, I believe there will be great opportunities waiting for you. Cough cough. Thank you for the reminder, senior. Chen Hao said awkwardly. Obviously, his depressed expression when he had popped up in the second world was thought by everyone present that he had not killed many opponents and that his test results were not good. Chen Hao naturally would not explain. Stepping out of the registration square, Chen Hao went directly to the Alliance Teleportation Center and left East Flow City, where he had been for close to 3 months. There was still about a year before the primitive mystic realm opened. He would not waste time foolishly. Not to mention a year, he would not waste even a month. Of course, the most important thing was that Chen Hao did not need to prepare anything. He would not specially cultivate a secret technique that could increase his combat power in a short period of time just for the primitive mystic realm. He only needed to advance step by step according to his plan. What Chen Hao didn't know was that the moment he stepped out of the registration test hall, the old man who had been enlightening Chen Hao suddenly revealed a look of surprise. His body swayed, and he didn't even bother explaining to the new testers. He rushed out of the hall as fast as lightning and chased after Chen Hao. But unfortunately, even if he was an expert at the heavenly celestial stage, he was unable to sense Chen Hao's aura any longer. In a short period of over 10 minutes, he searched through all the possible places Chen Hao could have gone, yet he was unable to find anyone with a similar aura. Clear the stage, a first-rate Earth celestial stage expert. I even tried to persuade him not to be depressed. DDD. Old Wang, have you caught up? As soon as I received your message, I immediately chased after them. It didn't even take a minute, but I couldn't find them. He changed his aura, and he must be good at hiding it. What a pity. I'm sorry. Forget it. I'm guessing that he's a genius disciple from one of the top sects who came out to take the test in order to empty a spot in their sect. Even if we catch up to him, the chances of us being able to poach him are not high. That's right, I think so too. But, are you sure you didn't misread the test number? He's only at the initial stage of the human celestial stage. Although his aura is comparable to an expert at the peak of the late stage of the Earth celestial stage, when he finished the test, he had a depressed look on his face. I couldn't help but comfort him. The old man still didn't dare to believe it. After all, this was a temporary test space. Although the limits of the test weren't very high, the chances of clearing the stage were definitely less than 1 in 10,000. And the chances of obtaining a first-rate Earth celestial stage expert was less than 1 in 10,000. And this was only referring to cultivators at the peak of the late stage of the Earth celestial stage. And Chen Hao was only at the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage. In the entire East Flow City, perhaps only the number 1 genius girl and a handful of other geniuses could achieve this. If such a person could be poached and given a certain amount of sponsorship, it would more or less bring about a great harvest. And the cultivator who had asked him to find Chen Hao was a member of the upper echelons of the East Flow City Alliance. However, this was a private matter. This was because he wanted to invest in a relatively strong cultivator. For instance, he wanted to provide top-grade spirit treasures, weapons, pills, and other conditions. As long as the other party gave him a certain percentage of the harvests in the primal mystic realm. Or, he could sell some of the items to them first, and other such mutually beneficial matters. After all, the items in the primal mystic realm were all extremely rare and precious items that were difficult to encounter in the outside world. But the cultivators that entered also needed to be strong. Only then would they be able to obtain more and be safer. It was also because of this reason that once a great lucky chance like the primal mystic realm appeared, the various large influences and cultivators that could enter would cooperate with each other. It can't be wrong. Number ********* cleared the stage and obtained the title of a human first-rate Earth celestial stage expert. This is absolutely the level of a genius from one of the top sects of vast universe star. Forget it. If I chase after him like this, the chances are very small. Help me look around, there's no need to wait for the test results to come out. Alright, this was a test organized by the Vast Universe Galaxy Alliance headquarters. Even if the old man was a member of the upper echelons of the East Flow City Alliance, he could only see the test results that corresponded to the number. He wasn't able to obtain any information about Chen Hao's true identity. This was also because the Vast Universe Galaxy Alliance headquarters wanted to protect the privacy of the cultivators. An hour later, Chen Hao passed through a transmission array and arrived at a city that was over 10 times larger than East Flow City. This city was also relatively close to Vast Universe City. It was one of the central cities of Vast Universe Star, Skybreak City. Skybreak City was even further from Vast Universe Star's North Pole Holy Land of Cultivation, the Mystic Ice region, than it was from East Flow City. The reason Chen Hao came here was because he wanted to wait for a day. After 2 years, Chen Hao didn't believe that those fellows from the Asian Ing planet would continue to monitor his situation, nor did he fear anything. But for the time being, he didn't want to be entangled with anything. Thus, he chose to wait for a day at Skybreak City. When the time came, he would use his true identity's soul helmet to land on the planet and check the results sent out by the Vast Universe Galaxy Alliance. At the very least, he had to confirm the departure time and location so that he wouldn't be delayed. As expected, the larger a city is and the closer it is to Vast Universe City, the thicker the heaven and earth spiritual energy and heavenly Dao laws are. Unfortunately, the daily consumption of outsiders is also terrifyingly high. The average person really can't afford to come, nor is there a need to come. Chen Hao used the anonymous wealth card to register and entered the huge city, feeling the energy of heaven and earth as he thought to himself. In every city of Vast Universe Star, even if an outsider didn't do anything, they would still have to pay a massive amount of immortal essence crystals every day. Only if an outsider joined a large influence in the city would they be able to avoid this expense. This was also something that the Vast Universe Galaxy Alliance had no choice but to restrict. Otherwise, all the cultivators would be concentrated in Vast Universe City. Of course, this sort of thick heaven and earth spiritual energy and heavenly Dao laws didn't have much significance to cultivators. A cultivation room could solve this problem. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Hao walked aimlessly on the streets, listening to the voices of the cultivators, sensing the auras of others, and understanding the unfamiliar city. At the same time, he entered the second world with a fake identity and contacted Long Ting. What took you so long? If you didn't come, I would have gone into seclusion. Long Ting said directly. During the test, the information that was inputted was real, so I left the original city first. I just came up. You're going into seclusion? What seclusion? Of course I'm going into seclusion for cultivation. For this trip to the primitive mystic realm, the disciples of the inner celestial stage of the sacred temple will collectively go into seclusion for a year. It's said that it will give us a chance to fight with the Earth's celestial stage experts of the various races in the 10 major galaxies. We will also be trained in various skills and experience after entering the primitive mystic realm, including the ability to lead a team, tactics, and so on. It's a complete seclusion, and all contact with the outside world will be cut off. That's right. The sacred temple is indeed the sacred temple. I'm so envious, Chen Hao said with a smile. What's there to be envious of? You can come in whenever you want. Okay, I have something important to tell you. Your eldest senior brother, Celestial Venerable Gu Chen, contacted me through my uncle. He said that if you can contact him, you must contact him. It's about your masters on the Boundless Star, Celestial Venerable Han Mei and Celestial Venerable Yun Wei. What's wrong with them? Chen Hao was slightly surprised. Don't worry, they were chosen by the Boundless Star and were qualified to enter the primitive mystic realm. They were chosen? Are there many places for the Boundless Star? Chen Hao frowned slightly. The Boundless Star is just an ordinary planet with life on the Yang Star. There should be 10 places. I don't know the details, so you'd better contact your senior brother. Also, don't be careless this time. Our hall leader said that even the disciples of the sacred temple have a high mortality rate in the primitive mystic realm. There's a 10% chance. If the top geniuses of the other 9 galaxies are too strong, the mortality rate may be even higher. After all, the competition will be fierce. So, you have to be careful. Remember to contact me before you set off. I don't have much information now. But that's it, I'll contact senior brother Gu Chen first. Okay. After cutting off contact with Long Ting, Chen Hao searched for eldest senior brother Gu Chen's number and sent a verification request. After a slight hesitation, Chen Hao entered Celestial Venerable Han Mei and Celestial Venerable Yun Wei's numbers and sent a verification request. Since stepping onto Vast Universe Star, Chen Hao's only contact had been Long Ting and Long Yi. He had completely disappeared from the entire Ying planet, including his eldest senior brother, Celestial Venerable Gu Qin, his master, Venerable Immortal Han Mei, and Venerable Immortal Yun Wei. 10 years was just the blink of an eye for a cultivator. Chen Hao did not want them to worry too much about him. Similarly, he did not want to be distracted. He also wanted to prevent the Yang Star Alliance from obtaining information about him through them. But now, because of the primitive mystic realm, Chen Hao had to contact them. Chapter 649. I guess they're all offline? After a few minutes, there was no response from the three of them. Obviously, they were not in the second world. Otherwise, Celestial Master Gu Chen would have approved the application, let alone Celestial Master Han Mei and Celestial Master Yun Wei. After all, anyone could guess that he was using a fake identity. Celestial Master Gu Chen had sent him a message through the Long family, asking him to contact him. How could he not have thought of that? Since the two masters have obtained the places to enter the primitive mystic land, they should be on their way to the Ying planet now? Maybe they're in a no-signal area? I don't know about eldest senior brother. Forget it for now. Anyway, I'm going to enter the second world tomorrow. I'll see what happens then. Chen Hao exited the second world and walked toward the downtown area of Tianyu City. After seeing a high-end tavern, Chen Hao went in directly. In any city, whether it was the secular world or the cultivation world, the tavern was always the best place to get information. In the past 2 years, whenever Chen Hao went to a city, he would stay in the tavern for a day to learn some information about the cultivation world and see if there was anything useful to him. In fact, not only Chen Hao, but almost all the cultivators who went out to experience the world maintained this habit. However, Chen Hao was different from the others. He was a typical loner. He only looked for information but never contributed. In the tavern, he just listened to the discussions of others and never participated. There's still more than half a day left. It's really hard to wait, huh? I agree. However, we'll definitely be qualified to enter the second world. It depends on whether we can get the title of leader. I'm sure I can become the leader of a 100-person team. Brother Mu, don't hide it. How many people have you killed? Among us, you're the most powerful. Yes, Brother Mu, tell us and we'll admire you. All you need to know is that I'll definitely be the leader of a 1,000-person team. In the tavern, 8 middle-aged men at the peak of the later stage of the Earth celestial stage were sitting together. They were drinking and talking loudly, as if they were afraid that others couldn't hear them. When the person called Brother Mu mentioned that he could become the leader of a 1,000-man team, there was a hint of arrogance in his expression. Chen Hao, who had just sat down and casually ordered some drinks, as well as many cultivators around him, were obviously attracted by this table of people. What surprised Chen Hao was that he could actually sense the existence of experts at the peak of the advanced stage of the heaven celestial stage everywhere in the huge tavern. Moreover, the aura of every single one of them was extremely strong, and they didn't deliberately conceal it. Old men like this were scattered throughout the tavern. It was at this moment that Chen Hao sensed that many of their minds were probing him. Chen Hao was already used to such a situation. In fact, even though he'd changed his appearance, aura, and wore a black bamboo hat in such an occasion, he wouldn't intentionally weaken his aura. A kind person would be bullied by others, and if he pretended to be an idiot, not to mention entering a high-class tavern like this, he would suffer unfair treatment anywhere. Chen Hao didn't care, and he continued to listen to the cultivators' discussion. At the same time, he caught the conversations of other tables. The leader of a 1,000-man team. Awesome, Brother Mu, it seems that you must have passed the test and obtained the title of a first-class expert at the Earth celestial stage, right? Impossible. Brother Mu, you have no problem passing the test, but it's difficult for you to be a first-class expert. I think Brother Mu should have obtained the title of a second-class expert and is very close to a first-class expert. So, you can definitely become the leader of a 1,000-man team. The old man can provide you with a spiritual treasure set of high grade, and you only need to pay 50% of the profits you get from it. Moreover, those that are suitable for you are yours, and those that are not suitable for you can be sold to me first. Think about it carefully. If you have an upper-grade spiritual treasure set that suits you, it will definitely double your battle strength. This means that you will be able to fight for more things, and it will definitely be twice as much as what you can get on your own. More importantly, you should be aware of the dangers involved. With an upper-grade spiritual treasure set, your chances of survival will be much higher. Senior, you probably don't know the conditions of the senior just now, right? Provide me with a spiritual treasure set of high grade and a spiritual treasure sword of the best quality for only 45% of the profits. I'm sorry, I can't agree. How about this? When the results are out, if you can become the leader of a 1,000-man team, I will provide you with a full set of best quality spiritual treasures. The conditions are still the same as before. How about that? I'm not sure if I can become the leader of a 1,000-man team. But you should know my achievements and strength in the arena. Even if I don't become the leader of a 1,000-man team, I'm not much worse than them. So, my conditions are very simple. The best quality spiritual treasure set of high grade will be split in half, and I will sell it to you first. But you have to sign a contract now. Whether I can become the leader of a 1,000-man team or not, you have to follow these conditions. If it's okay, then it's okay. If it's not okay, then forget it. There are still people waiting to talk to me. Let's be straightforward. After a while, Chen Hao was multitasking and got all kinds of information. What made Chen Hao sigh was that the appearance of the primitive mystery land, although only experts at the Earth's celestial stage, had really caused a sensation in the entire cultivation world. 99% of the topics discussed in the pub were related to the primitive mystery land. At the same time, Chen Hao also understood the purpose of those experts at the heaven celestial stage here. The reason why the experts at the Earth celestial stage talked so loudly was very pretentious. They were promoting themselves. Those experts at the heaven celestial stage were choosing who to invest in. At the same time, through the words of those people, Chen Hao also figured out that it seemed that passing the test and obtaining the title of a first-rate expert at the Earth's celestial stage of the human clan were quite awesome. Passing the test and obtaining the title of a second-rate expert at the Earth's celestial stage of the human clan. If one was close to the level of a first-rate expert, he would definitely become the leader of a 1,000-man team. The title of a first-rate expert would definitely allow one to become the leader of a 1,000-man team. The top existence among them might even become the leader of a 10,000-man team. Little brother, how are you? Just when Chen Hao had just figured out what was going on, an old man at the peak of the late stage of the heaven celestial stage came to Chen Hao's table with a smile on his face. You don't mind old man sitting here, do you? Senior, please make yourself at home, Chen Hao said. Old man, the elder of the Flying Shadow sect in Tianyu City, Sima Qingyun. How should I address you, little brother? Qin Feiyang. Senior, are you looking for someone to cooperate with? It's a pity that I'm not qualified to enter, I'm sorry. Chen Hao went straight to the point. Not qualified? Little brother, are you kidding me? Although you are at the initial stage of the Earth's celestial stage, your aura is not inferior to that of an ordinary expert at the peak of the late stage of the Earth's celestial stage. How could you not be qualified? I was eliminated when I registered for the screening. Chen Hao didn't expect that the old man didn't give up when he was so frank. Instead, he questioned him. That's because you don't have any good spiritual treasures? Little brother, old man thinks highly of you. Why don't I give you a set of supreme-grade spiritual treasures, and you can take the test again. There's still time. Senior Sima, are you sure you're not mistaken? I'm not worth your investment, right? That's right. I've always been good at judging people. Don't worry, if you can pass the test and enter the primitive mystic realm, I'll only take 40% of your gains. Before you enter, I'll provide you with some healing elixirs. I was worried that you were a disciple of a large sect. Looks like I don't have to worry now. I'm not strong enough, sometimes, strength isn't the most important thing. Little brother, you've reached the Earth's celestial stage at such a young age, and you're only in the early stage, but you're comparable to someone at the peak of the late stage. To have such achievements without joining a large sect, you're definitely someone with great luck and opportunity. How can it be measured by strength alone? Look at those fellows over there, they boast so much, and their strength is indeed not bad, but not many people go to talk to them. Hearing the old man's words, Chen Hao was slightly stunned, and immediately understood the crux of the matter. Those fellows' strength was indeed not bad, but the middle-aged man's appearance aside, his life aura was estimated to be at least a few thousand years old. Such a person's luck and opportunity would definitely not be good. However, Chen Hao did not expect the old man's enthusiasm. After hesitating slightly, Chen Hao said, "Thank you, senior, for your appreciation, but I don't want to take the test again. I believe in my luck. Since I was rejected the first time, I can't go again." Then now that old man is looking for you, isn't that your luck? It's not the same. The first time is the most important. If I insist, maybe the primitive mystic realm will be where I die. I'm sorry. Chen Hao's eyes were clear and firm, and his tone was firm. What a pity. All right, then the old man won't force you. The old man did not insist. He was very clear that such a young genius was extremely determined, and once he made a decision, it would be difficult to change it. However, when he stood up, the old man suddenly said, "Little brother, if you're willing to join a sect, the Flying Shadow sect welcomes you at any time." "Thank you, senior. I have no plans to join any sect at the moment." While the old man was looking for others, Chen Hao was afraid of meeting another enthusiastic expert, so he directly left the tavern. At the same time, he retracted his aura and aimlessly strolled around Tianyu City. After waiting for another hour, Chen Hao finally took out the soul helmet that he had not used for 2 years. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. After stepping into the second world and appearing in Yang City, continuous beeping sounds appeared in Chen Hao's mind. However, most of them were sent when he was in the chaotic space and Long Ting did not contact him. More than 10 were sent by Immortal Venerable Han Mei and Immortal Venerable Yun Wei, and more than 10 were sent by Senior Brother Guchen. There was also one that did not have a contact number and only showed a message from the headquarters of the Vast Universe Star Alliance. Chapter 650. Congratulations on obtaining the qualification to enter the primitive mystic realm. The number of rogue cultivators tested this time, 1085694523. The number of people who passed the test, 238542316. Your ranking in the rogue cultivator test, 11563. Departure time, asterisk 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 year, asterisk 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 month, asterisk asterisk day. Departure location, Alliance Center, East Flow City, Vast Universe Star. You have obtained the position of the leader of a 10,000-man team in East Flow City, Vast Universe Star. Do you accept? No way. Chen Hao took the lead to open the information of the Vast Universe Star Alliance. After seeing the specific data, his eyes widened. More than 1 billion cultivators participated in the test. More than 200 million passed the test. I actually ranked 11,563? Chen Hao was surprised. Although he knew his results were definitely good, he didn't expect it to be so good. After all, he was only at the initial stage of the human celestial stage. What kind of people participated in the test? At least 99% of them were at the peak of the advanced stage of the Earth celestial stage, and many of them were very old. Although such people didn't have much talent, they were imprisoned at the peak of the advanced stage of the Earth celestial stage for a very long time. Their combat power and combat skills were definitely refined to the perfection stage. But he was ranked 11,563 at the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage. It was somewhat beyond Chen Hao's expectations. Phew. This at least proves that my Dao is not only the most compatible with my Dao, but it is also a very powerful Dao. I'm not interested in being the leader of a 10,000-man team. Chen Hao directly rejected the position conferred by the headquarters of the Vast Universe Star Alliance. He was used to being a lone ranger. He had no interest in such a small position and didn't covet the benefits that it could bring. In terms of strength, he couldn't compare with some real geniuses at the peak of the advanced stage of the Earth's celestial stage. But in terms of possible gains, Chen Hao believed that few could compare with him. How could he be such a small position and tie him down? Immediately, according to the chronological order, he clicked on the messages one by one. Seeing the boring messages that Long Ting sent when she couldn't contact him, Chen Hao's face showed a smile. He could imagine how tormented this girl was at that time. After reading a few more messages from senior brother Gu Chen, Chen Hao was slightly surprised. They were all about the situation on the Wuji planet. Although he hadn't used the Spirit Realm helmet in the past 2 years, he still understood the situation on the Wuji star. What he was worried about did not happen. Guan Nanchao and Lu Qingyang managed the Wuji star decently. However, at that time, Chen Hao thought that it was because of eldest senior brother and second senior brother. But now, after reading the message left by Gu Chen, it turned out that it was not because of them, but because of Guan Nanchao and Lu Qingyang's initiative to change. Chen Hao was puzzled. Gu Chen's words also confused him. He had thought that the other party was up to something, but 2 years had passed, and nothing had happened. Gu Chen's last message surprised Chen Hao even more. It turned out that Guan Nanchao and Lu Qingyang had let Chen Hao return to the Wuji planet. They also apologized and explained why they had expelled him and Heavenly Master Yuanru from the Wuji planet. At the same time, they also said that 2 of the 10 places in the primitive secret realm were given to Senior Immortal Han Mei and Senior Immortal Yun Wei. Finally, they asked Chen Hao to contact him. There was not much news about Senior Immortal Han Mei and Senior Immortal Yun Wei. The reason was that they could not enter the second world at any time. The content was also worried about Chen Hao's inquiry. They also told Chen Hao about the situation of his sister, brother, and the members of the Proud Heavens, telling him not to worry about them. It was like a letter written by parents to their children who were wandering outside. It made Chen Hao feel warm in his heart. The last message was sent before Gu Chen led the team into the chaotic space. It also told Chen Hao not to worry about them. They entered the primitive secret realm just to break through their realms, and there would be no danger. So it's senior brother leading the team. No wonder they didn't enter the second world. Since the change in Guan Nanchao and Lu Qingyang was not because of senior brother and second senior brother, then why? It's a little strange. Chen Hao pondered over the information he had received, but he still did not understand. After all, when Guan Nanchao and Lu Qingyang took the position, there was something fishy, and they must have betrayed the interests of the Wuji planet. But now, the other party's explanations seemed to be completely for the sake of the Wuji planet. If he analyzed it carefully, it seemed to make sense. Was this possible? As long as he had a brain, he would definitely not believe it. Gu Chen did not believe it, and neither did Chen Hao. But the fact was, they did not reveal anything. Chen Hao could not figure it out and could only give up for the time being. After leaving the second world, Chen Hao went directly to the transmission center of the Alliance. However, he still did not go to the mysterious ice domain. Instead, he changed to another city. He wanted to wait for senior brother Gu Chen to contact before leaving. 5 days later, Chen Hao's fake identity was verified by senior brother Gu Chen, senior immortal Han Mei, and senior immortal Yun Wei. Finally, the contact was completed. After not seeing each other for 2 years, the appearance of senior immortal Han Mei and senior immortal Yuanru, especially the signs of aging on their temples, made Chen Hao feel very uncomfortable. He knew very well that at their age, this should not happen. The reason for this must be that the situation with him and the girls had greatly affected their mood, and the reason why senior brother Gu Chen wanted to contact him was nothing important. As a senior brother, he wanted to warn his junior brother about what to be careful of and what to pay attention to after entering the primitive secret realm. He must not take risks because of the pressure of the 10-year battle. Chen Hao knew what to do without senior brother Gu Chen's reminder. Phew, Chen Hao let out a long sigh of relief. Before leaving the second world, he transferred the balance of the 2 anonymous wealth cards to senior immortal Han Mei and senior immortal Yun Wei's wealth cards. This was the only thing he could do now. Although the equipment provided by the Wuji star would not be inferior to those refined by Chen Hao, the consumables, precious elixirs, runes, and other things that could enhance one's strength were definitely not enough. Chen Hao told his eldest senior brother Guchen that he believed that the number of immortal core crystals he transferred would allow his two masters to receive treatment that was not inferior to that of the disciples of the top sects on the Yang planet. It would more or less improve their strength. Half a year is enough for me to return from my training in the mysterious ice domain. Let's go. Chen Hao directly turned into a stream of light and sped toward the transmission center of the Alliance. The opening time of the primitive secret realm was about a year later, but the departure time was half a year later. In other words, Chen Hao still had half a year to improve his strength. Half a year was basically negligible for an ordinary Earth celestial stage expert, but it was precious for Chen Hao. At the very least, Chen Hao had to improve to the peak of the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage. 5 days ago, 2 days after Long Ting and Chen Hao had last contacted each other. Vast universe star, vast universe city, sacred palace. Towering into the clouds, a huge palace exuded a colorful glow. It covered an area of tens of thousands of miles. This was just a palace. Every inch of the surface of the palace was covered with mysterious and complicated golden runes. Any cultivator who stepped into vast universe city would be able to see the towering palace that seemed to be connected to the ninth heaven. They would not be able to see the whole picture at a glance. They would also be able to sense the ancient and magnificent aura that it exuded and the pressure that made people prostrate themselves in worship. This was vast universe sacred palace. The sacred palace that symbolized the highest authority and the strongest force of the human race. The majestic sacred palace had a total of 9,999 floors. Each floor was comparable to a small planet, but the world spirit energy and heavenly Dao laws contained within was not something that any small planet could compare with. Moreover, the cultivators who had the qualifications to step into it were absolutely the peak existences of the vast universe star system, or the future disciples of the sacred palace that symbolized the vast universe star system. But besides the master of the vast universe star system, the supreme leader of the human race, and the strongest powerhouses, no one could casually enter. If one wanted to enter, they would need to take out enough human contribution points in exchange for a certain amount of time. But now, in front of the sacred palace's gates, there were tens of thousands of extremely young but extremely powerful Earth celestial stage experts. From the initial stage to the peak of the late stage, there were countless handsome men and beautiful women. They were tall, short, fat, thin, and even grotesquely shaped. But if any of them went outside, they would definitely be a conspicuous existence. Every single one of them was enveloped by an extremely dense karmic luck that couldn't be seen or touched, and the aura they emitted far exceeded their cultivation realms. In particular, the young experts at the peak of the late stage of the Earth celestial stage would be overshadowed by an ordinary celestial stage expert. These were the Earth celestial stage disciples of the vast universe sacred palace, the disciples who symbolized the most talented of the human race. Tens of thousands of young Earth celestial stage geniuses stood neatly in 8 square formations. Each formation had thousands of people. Those standing at the front were at the peak of the late stage of the Earth celestial stage, and those at the back were at the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage. In the last few rows of one of the formations, 2 figures stood there. Although their auras did not have any advantage over the surrounding disciples, when they stood next to each other, they attracted a lot of attention. Humph. Their gazes were full of enmity, as though they were incompatible as fire and water. One snorted coldly, while the other snorted coldly twice. Neither of them took the other seriously. Although their talents were only in the middle range among the new disciples of the temple, they were both rare beauties, each with their own unique characteristics. This caused the surrounding young disciples to more or less focus their attention on the 2 of them. These 2 were the genius girls from the Ying planet, Long Ting and Bailey Ningbing. Is East Flow City fun? This time, Long Ting took the initiative to stand beside Bailey Ningbing. Since she had been followed last time, she had not had the chance to see Bailey Ningbing. Now that they met, she naturally had to taunt her. She spoke indifferently. Humph. Pa. It doesn't seem that fun, right? I heard that a certain girl was… Shut up. You dare to do it, so why are you afraid of others talking about it? You deserve to be trampled on. Humph. Next time you dare to follow me, I'll teach you a lesson. I'll trample on you in the same way he did. Long Ting had a devilish smile on her face. She looked directly at Bailey Ningbing, her eyes full of mockery, as if she knew the situation of the battle between Qin Hao and Bailey Ningbing. Third update. Please recommend it. Chapter 651. You dare. Shameless. I won't let you go, and I definitely won't let him go. Just you wait. How could Bailey Ningbing, who was already feeling extremely humiliated, withstand Long Ting's provocation? Especially when she heard Long Ting say the same way as him, she was even more embarrassed and furious, and wished she could immediately fight it out with Long Ting. That was being stripped naked. What could be more ruthless than that kind of humiliation? Ha! Your face is red. Actually, I only heard a little about it. I don't know exactly how he ravaged you and then let you go. Can you tell me about it? Long Ting was still laughing like a demon as she sent a voice transmission. Long Ting was very curious about this question. Chen Hao letting Bailey Ningbing go was reasonable, not to mention Bailey Ningbing's identity as a temple disciple. Chen Hao couldn't kill her, even if she wasn't a temple disciple. Long Ting was sure Chen Hao couldn't do it. Because she was clear about the grudge between Bailey Ningbing and Chen Hao, and with Chen Hao's character, he definitely didn't have a reason to kill her. But Long Ting was also clear that Chen Hao definitely wouldn't let Bailey Ningbing off so easily. He would at least teach her a lesson, or even humiliate her. And this was what Long Ting was curious about. How would he teach her a lesson? How would he humiliate her? A woman's intuition was very frightening. Chen Hao's avoidance of the topic made Long Ting feel that something was fishy. And now, Bailey Ningbing's incomparably red face and anger made her faintly guess that it definitely had something to do with it. This wasn't because Long Ting was evil, but because Long Ting was clear that the grudge between the two of them was originally the feelings between a man and a woman, and Bailey Ningbing was the kind of woman who was extreme to the point of madness. Long Ting believed that if just relying on violence, it would be impossible to make this woman soften up, let alone submit. Then, to Chen Hao, it seemed that the only way to vent his anger was to slap the other party's face in the aspect of unable to get what he wanted. Boom! Bailey Ningbing's aura suddenly became sharp like a sword, and she glared at Long Ting as she transmitted her voice. Don't force me. Everyone. At this moment, the old man who had been seated in the air at the entrance of the sacred hall, surrounded by multicolored light and radiating with endless might and pressure, finally spoke. This was one of the supreme elders of the divine temple, the supreme king, Yi Kuangdao. The supreme king, as the name suggested, was the king of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm, a true master. Ordinary Hongmeng supremes would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. In fact, after reaching the Daoist Golden Wonderland, the difference in combat power between people in the same realm was like heaven and earth. This was related to one's Dao as well as one's battle skills, unique skills, and experience that had been condensed over countless years. And Yi Kuangdao was undoubtedly one of the top powerhouses of the human race. His strength was no weaker than the masters of the top sects of the vast universe galaxy. His reputation and status would be even higher. Of course, this was because he was a great elder of the temple. The faint voice was gentle and kind, but with just 2 words, it caused the tens of thousands of people to become silent. They all gathered their thoughts and put on a respectful and attentive look. Even Long Ting and Bailey Ningbing, who were secretly fighting, hurriedly turned around and stood at attention, looking forward and holding their breaths. I believe everyone knows about the primal mystic realm, and you should also be aware of its importance. The last time an Earth celestial level primal mystic realm appeared was 4,340,000 years ago. At that time, our human race had 430 million Earth celestial level cultivators who entered, and less than 300 million came out. The death rate was quite terrifying. Even our divine temple had more than 1,000 disciples fall inside. The cruelty is undeniable. This is not only a competition for inheritance opportunities, ancient treasures, unique skills, and ancient spiritual herbs, but also a competition between the Earth's celestial-level powerhouses of the 10 major galaxies. I hope that after entering, all of you will put the human race's interests as your core. Only when everyone was able to do this would they be able to unite and reduce the number of deaths, and they would also be able to obtain more. Our human race is one of the 10 major galaxies, and we are not inferior to any of them. Even if it is the powerful insect clan, we are not afraid. However, this refers to the peak power of the human race, not you. The peak powerhouses of the human race can be said to be the strongest in the 10 major galaxies. However, in the Daoist Golden Wonderland, including Daoist Jinxian's level, we are indeed weaker. This is because of our natural bloodline restrictions, and there is no way to change this. Only when we surpass the Daoist Golden Wonderland and truly break free from the natural bloodline restrictions can the human race's advantage be highlighted. The reason why the old man said all this is to tell you not to be careless just because you are a disciple of the divine temple and a peak genius of the human race. The other 9 major galaxies have more Earth celestial-level geniuses than we do, and their overall strength is also stronger than ours. Even if you are the strongest powerhouse here, it is not impossible for you to fall. Therefore, in the next 6 months, we will provide you with the greatest support. The Divine Temple will allow you to obtain contribution points in advance and open it to you. Do your best to increase your combat power. At the same time, all the teachers of the 8 great halls of the Divine Temple will be on standby at all times. We will try our best to satisfy any cultivation questions or needs you have. At the same time, each of you can borrow a divine artifact. Whoosh! As the Grand Supreme Elder of the Divine Temple spoke, the geniuses who were originally solemn finally became excited and burst into an uproar. Tens of thousands of people, and each of them could borrow a divine artifact. What kind of concept was that? Although everyone present knew that the Divine Temple was powerful, they did not expect the Divine Temple to be so powerful. What kind of divine artifact you can get depends on your luck. In addition, every 10 days, you will enter the second world for 1 day of training. The training will be about treasure hunting, treasure snatching, cultivation, combat, and other aspects of the primitive mystic realm. Each of you will be the leader of a group of cultivators. I will inform you of the specific arrangements when the time comes. Now, all of you will enter the 10th square in the second world's divine temple and begin the treasure hunt. The auras of 100,000 divine artifacts will appear at the same time. The one you capture will be distributed to you according to its number. Those you capture will immediately come out of the second world and collect them from the old man. Then, choose the level of the divine temple that you want to enter and begin your cultivation. Begin. Yes. Hiss, 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 hiss. Boom, 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 boom. Tens of thousands of geniuses in the Earth's celestial stage gathered their auras and entered the second world. After becoming a disciple of the Divine Temple, everyone present would be bound to the Divine Temple when they entered the second world. Long Ting and Bailey Ningbing were no exception. After everyone appeared in the second world, they immediately rushed to the 10th square. In just a few minutes, everyone present appeared in the 10th square in the second world's Divine Temple. It was also at this moment that the endless space suddenly darkened. Afterwards, streaks of resplendent meteors appeared above everyone. Every single meteor possessed a profound and strange aura. There were a total of 100,000 of them. There was no obvious difference in strength between these 100,000 auras. Only different mysteries were contained within them. Obviously, based on the aura alone, no one could determine what the divine artifact was and how it was compared to the others. Therefore, no one made a move at the beginning. Instead, they focused all of their attention and carefully sensed the auras in the sky. That's what I want. Mine. That's what I want. Chi chi chi. After a full 2 minutes, someone finally made the first move. Then one figure after another soared into the sky and chased after the aura that made them excited, eager, and needed. There was a phenomenon of people fighting over the same thing, but it was rare. This was because everyone needed different things. In a situation where one couldn't determine the strength of the aura, the choice depended on fate. However, it was unknown whether it was because Long Ting and Bailey Ningbing were sworn enemies or because they both wanted the same thing. The moment they soared into the sky, they closed in on each other and chased after the same light. You want to snatch it from me? You can't snatch it from me. Chichi. Rumble. In the second world, the two people who had no scruples made a move. They were clearly fighting over the ownership of a divine artifact, but their words sounded completely different to the other party's ears. Bailey Ningbing directly activated her immortal sword intent to the limit, determined to kill Long Ting. On the other hand, Long Ting, who was barehanded, had an extremely powerful physical strength surging around her. She wasn't afraid at all. For a moment, it was difficult for anyone to obtain that light. However, Long Ting's absolute strength gave her a certain advantage. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Long Ting would be the one to obtain it in the end. However, just as Long Ting was about to succeed, a large hand that covered the sky abruptly appeared. The surging and unfathomable power made Long Ting feel like a lone boat that had sunk into the surging waves of the ocean. Although it did not have any destructive power, it made Long Ting unable to control herself, and she was directly sent flying. At this moment, Bailey Ningbing reached out and grabbed the lights in her hand. Bailey Ningbing snorted coldly and complacently at the furious and displeased Long Ting, and then a wisp of a smile actually appeared on her face. She looked at the young man that slowly descended by her side and said, "Thank you, Senior Brother Sui Feng, you're welcome." The youth smiled lightly, and then he looked at the furious Long Ting and said, "Junior sister, Senior Brother has no intention to offend you. The profundity contained within this aura is obviously suitable for the immortal sword Dao. Junior sister Ningbing is more suitable. You should choose something else. If someone tries to snatch it, Senior Brother can help you obtain it as compensation." The youth was still smiling gently, and his gaze towards Long Ting didn't contain any hostility. Conversely, it concealed a trace of burning passion. Of course, he wouldn't let Bailey Ningbing see this trace of burning passion. Unfortunately, Long Ting only glared fiercely at him before looking towards Bailey Ningbing. That was undisguised contempt and disdain. It was a gaze and expression that had never appeared on Long Ting's face since she and Bailey Ningbing went head-to-head. With just a glance, Long Ting caught another stream of light without saying a word and chased after it. Fourth update, looking for recommendation votes. Com to vote. Chapter 652. Bailey Ningbing's expression froze for a moment, but then a ferocious and crazy look flashed across her face. She threw the last trace of shame to the back of her mind, and it was replaced by boundless jealousy and monstrous hatred. So what if she didn't rely on her own strength? As long as she could take revenge on him, everything was worth it. Before she comprehended the immortal law, she firmly believed that one day, she would be able to trample Chen Hao under her feet. At that time, she thought of using her capital to borrow the strength of someone more powerful than Chen Hao. After she comprehended the immortal law, she had abandoned the idea of borrowing the strength of others. Especially after she became a disciple of the Sage Hall, she wanted to use her own strength to completely trample Chen Hao under her feet. That was the only way to be satisfied. But, the last time they met, she was humiliated by Chen Hao, but it made her realize that with her own strength, the possibility of taking revenge on Chen Hao was too small, close to none. Not to mention Chen Hao, even Long Ting was stronger than her for the time being. How could she take revenge on him? Because of this, after she returned last time, she used her beauty and talent to date this young man. This young man was the most dazzling genius of the everlasting sect, Moling Takshu. He entered the Sage Hall 10 years ago, and now he was at the peak of the later stage of the Earth Celestial stage. He was ranked in the top 10 of the Earth Celestial stage in the Sage Hall. He had unlimited potential and a future. Moreover, she could make use of him in this trip to the primitive mystic area. With such a top master of the Earth Celestial stage by her side, she would gain a lot. Of course, She also knew that it was not easy to conquer such a genius. Based on what Xianxia had said to Longting, she could tell that although this young man was biased towards her, the extent of his bias was very limited. It was far from the point where he would pursue her wholeheartedly. They had known each other for a while, and they were both disciples of the everlasting sect. That was why Xianxia helped her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sky was filled with snowflakes dancing in the bone-chilling wind, and the world was white. Cold. It was extremely cold. Even if a cultivator of the human celestial stage came here, he would be frozen into an ice sculpture. Even his primordial spirit and true core strength would be frozen. Rumble. Within the raging violent winds, intense sounds of explosions occasionally sounded out, and it caused the heavens and the earth to tremble violently. Snow mountains collapsed, and numerous icy blue pieces of solid ice were lifted up and covered the heavens and the earth. Even if it was a cultivator at the earthly immortal realm, they could only dodge when they encountered this sort of trembling of the heavens and the earth that could be seen at any time. This was one of the treasured training grounds of vast universe stars Earth immortal realm cultivators, the profound ice domain. A crack suddenly appeared in space, and a figure stepped out. He was dressed in a black robe and wore a black bamboo hat. Even the black translucent veil could not hide his sharp eyes. Phew, this is only the edge of the profound ice domain, and it's already so cold. At least 3 layers of profound ice, right? Indeed, it's not a place that ordinary cultivators of the human celestial stage can come to. Putting away his bamboo hat, Xianxia stared at the boundless sea of snow, feeling the bone-chilling cold. His powerful soul perception also spread out, merging into the world. When all the earthly immortals were in an uproar because of the primitive mystic realm, they were either in seclusion or looking for cooperation to make their final efforts for the departure in half a year. Xianxia's heart was as calm as still water. The drifting snowflakes and the bone-chilling cold did not cause any discomfort. Instead, it made Xianxia feel that his soul was refreshed. He opened his hand and gently brushed it, catching the white crystal snowflakes in his hand. Stepping on the thick snow and facing the raging wind, Xianxia walked slowly toward the depths of the profound ice domain. He did not activate any energy. He was like the most ordinary person who was sightseeing the snowy scenery. He was relaxed and enjoyed the scenery that belonged purely to nature. This was his Dao. Dao followed nature. Ever since he was able to enter the state of I am the world, and the world is me at any time, Xianxia's state of mind had undergone a subtle change. Time and time again, to him, the most important thing was no longer fighting, nor killing, nor was it the bloody tempering that lingered between life and death. Instead, it was immersing himself in all things in the world and touching the most fundamental throbbing of the world, a world in a grain of sand, a bodhi in a leaf. Only by truly merging with nature could one comprehend the mysteries of nature. This was his experience. As cold as the moon, Helian Wuzi's little face unconsciously appeared in Xianxia's mind. The corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. This feeling was very good. If at this moment little Wu was still by my side, it would naturally be better. Unfortunately, Xianxia shook his head. Along the way, the things that should be forgotten were no longer remembered. The things that should be left behind were engraved in his heart. Every time he merged with heaven and earth, it would always be accompanied by his past experiences, emotions, people or things. The more it was like this, the more clearly Xianxia felt that whether it was due to pressure or in order to pursue the peak of martial arts, in his hurried steps, the things that he left behind that could touch his heart were all the more precious. Because they were pitifully few. Xianxia did not know whether this was because he only knew how to cherish it after comprehending the Tao, or it was originally not the life he wanted. But no matter what, now he clearly understood that only by truly merging life and cultivation as one would it be in line with his Tao. The Tao of nature. The Tao was neither too fast nor too slow. In the sky full of snow and ice, Xianxia, who was dressed in black, was gradually dyed white by the fluttering snowflakes. Just like his heart, he merged with heaven and earth. On one of the 9,999 floors of the Divine Temple. 6 figures were in 5 separate spaces. 2 of them were in the same space. These 6 figures were here before the disciples of the Divine Temple entered. To be exact, nearly 2 years ago, except for when they had to use their real bodies to experience the Tao and trigger the divine punishment, they were basically here. Even the staff at the entrance of the Divine Temple did not know of their existence. This was the Divine Temple of the human clan. Even the disciples of the Divine Temple who wanted to enter and cultivate usually had to use human clan contribution points to exchange for it. Who could enter and exit the Divine Temple that symbolized the highest level of the human clan without anyone knowing. These 6 figures who had just stepped into the Earth's celestial stage naturally could not do it. Obviously, it was someone else. Moreover, even these 6 figures did not know where they were. They only knew that this was the compensation for losing 10 years of freedom, the compensation for enjoying the treatment of the disciples of the Divine Temple. They were not disciples of the Divine Temple, so they did not know what kind of treatment the disciples of the Divine Temple had. But they knew that their cultivation was advancing rapidly at every moment. They did not even dare to think about it before. Even now, they found it hard to believe, but it was a fact. They were advancing at a speed that was unimaginable. Half a year passed in a hurry. Vast universe star, East Stream City. On this day, a young man at the peak of the initial stage of the Earth's celestial stage walked out of the teleportation center slowly and blended into the endless stream of people. Wherever he passed, the cultivators who saw this young man, except for being surprised that he could reach the peak of the initial stage of the Earth's celestial stage at such a young age and his extraordinarily handsome appearance, did not feel anything special. At least, the cultivators at the Earth's celestial stage did not feel threatened at all. This young man was Qin Hao, who had just returned from the mysterious ice realm. At this moment, he did not change his aura, appearance, or figure. He was the real him. He did not deliberately hide or deliberately show off. He was the most natural him. If it was half a year ago, if he appeared in the crowd in this state, then it would not be a simple side glance, it would be shock and a sensation. Because at that time, if he didn't hide it, then the strength of his aura alone was comparable to the peak of the Earth's celestial stage. Moreover, he was not an ordinary expert at the peak of the Earth's celestial stage. But now, in his natural state, he had lost all of his extraordinary sharpness. It could be said that he was too ordinary on his original foundation. Was he weaker than before? That was impossible. He had only turned I am the heavens and the earth, and the heavens and the earth are me into a basic state, and it was the most ordinary state like breathing. If he was compared to a peerless sword, then now was the moment when the sword returned to its sheath and restrained all of its light. But this sheath was his body, his state of mind, and his Tao. So long as he was willing, when he unsheathed the sword, it would be the moment when his fierce and extraordinary aura would be fully revealed. This was not a concealment technique, but a return to simplicity of the great Tao. Phew! This feeling is really good. Only the true self is the great freedom. Low-key or high-profile, they are all fog, fetters, and demonic barriers on the way to the peak of the great Tao. No matter when, no matter where, no matter what I encounter, only when I face it with my true self can I always be clear of my heart, see my nature, and keep my spirit and chi. Swish! A ray of light flashed between his eyebrows. After half a year, Chen Hao finally entered the second world again, and he entered with his real identity. As expected, he did not receive any information about his real identity. Whether it was Long Ting, Long Yi, eldest senior brother Gu Qin, or the 2 masters, they all knew that Chen Hao would not enter with his real identity again. Moreover, they did not dare to send any information about his real identity. However, in half a year, Chen Hao, whose state of mind and cultivation had undergone a transformation, directly chose to enter with his true body. Moreover, from now on, he would be himself and would no longer be anyone else, nor would he disguise himself as anyone else. Everything would be natural. Of course, after setting off for the primitive mystery land, he could not hide his real identity. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Hao sent a short message to Long Ting, Long Yi, eldest senior brother Gu Qin, and the 2 masters, telling them that his real identity was online. in the Law Enforcement Hall of the Alliance Center, Yang City, the second world. Beep beep beep. It has locked onto Chenhao? Where is he? The location confirmed by the signal is the East Stream City of the vast universe star. Half a year ago, when the results of the test for the Earth's celestial stage came out, he entered the second world, which was in Tianyu City. Today, half a year later, when we were about to set off for the primitive mystery land, he appeared again. It seems that, as we have estimated, he has advanced to the Earth's celestial stage, and he has obtained the qualification to enter the primitive mystery land. It should be. This guy is really not simple. It is incredible that he has advanced to the Earth's celestial stage in such a short time, and he was able to pass the test. That is to say, whether he is at the medium stage or the later stage of the Earth's celestial stage, he has the strength of an ordinary genius at the peak of the later stage of the Earth's celestial stage. Moreover, he has a good magic treasure. Chapter 653. That's right. His disappearance for 2 years could be said to be without the support of any providence. He really didn't know how this kid's strength had increased so quickly. We'll see what happens in the primitive mystic realm. It'll be best if he dies there. However, if he gets a great opportunity, I'm afraid we'll have to pay a price for the battle 7.5 years later. Yes, that's true. When the time comes, the law enforcement hall might have to bleed. The hall master asked the higher-ups. Although the Divine Temple cares about such a genius, they won't disrespect the Asian Ing Star Alliance because of him. The battle won't be cancelled, but they won't let us mess around. However, the Law Enforcement Hall is already involved in this matter. There's no turning back. When the time comes, the Valley of Happiness will bleed, and we'll have to work behind the scenes. Alright, let's report this to the Hall Master and the Valley of Happiness, although the possibility of encountering him is close to zero. Yes? For the Earth's celestial realm's primitive mystic realm, the number of cultivators from the vast universe galaxy, independent cultivators, large factions, and large sects added up to 500 million. The other 9 galaxies also had 500 million according to the agreement. In addition to the number of cultivators from other galaxies, there were close to 10 billion cultivators. Although the primitive mystic realm was huge, one could imagine the chaos after 10 billion cultivators poured in. The chances of killing Chenhao in the middle of it were close to zero. Beep. 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 Chenhao, why are you here with your real body? Venerable Han Mei and Venerable Yunwei were pleasantly surprised to see Chenhao again, but they were also worried and puzzled. Junior brother? Eldest senior brother Guchen looked calm as he stared at Chenhao's image with sparkling eyes. After Chenhao sent out the message, the 3 of them applied for communication and formed a team mode. Master, senior brother, don't worry. Even if they find me, they won't have time to rush to vast universe stars East Flow City. Even if they come, what can they do to me in the city? Besides, we're about to set off. Don't worry. But they know you're in East Flow City. If they go through East Flow City and enter the primitive mystic realm, is it possible to communicate with the outside world in the primitive mystic realm? Junior brother, you haven't reported yet, have you? Upon hearing Chenhao's words, Guchen asked directly. I've just returned to East Flow City. I'm about to go. Chenhao said. No wonder you don't know. It's like this. After Guchen explained it to Chenhao understood what was going on. As it turned out, every 100 people formed a small group. 10 small groups formed a small team of 1,000 people. 10 small teams formed a large team of 10,000 people. 10 large teams formed a regiment of 10,000 people. 10 regiments formed a division of 1,000,000 people. 10 divisions formed an army of 10 million people. This army was called a legion. The 36 main planets of the vast universe galaxy, like the Yang planet, could form 36 legions with a total of 360 million Earth celestial stage cultivators. Of course, the number of people was not strictly limited to 10 million. It was possible to have more or less. However, the fluctuation would not exceed 1 million. The vast universe galaxy was the core of the vast universe galaxy. According to the cities and top forces, there were 14 legions. Every cultivator in each of the 50 legions would receive the legion's identity token. According to rank, they could be divided into ordinary tokens, team leader and vice team leader 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 tokens. There were a total of 5,002 positions above team leader and vice team leader. These positions were held by the 5,002 strongest cultivators in the vast universe temple with the best overall ability. Those below team leader and vice team leader might not necessarily be disciples of the temple. The higher the level of the token, the greater the range and ability of the mysterious communication. The highest level of team leader and vice team leader tokens was a supreme grade divine artifact. It could transmit the situation in the primitive mystic realm to outside the primitive mystic realm at any time, and it was a passive transmission. There was no need for human intervention. Similarly, ordinary team members in the primitive mystic realm would be passively transmitted to the closest team leader token within range. Any team leader token would do. There was no need to specify a team leader token. The only condition was that there was a team leader and vice team leader within the range. And the information obtained from the team leader token would be automatically transmitted to the team leader and would be transmitted level by level until the entire situation was transmitted to the information center of the vast universe galaxy, and then it would be synchronized with the second world. This meant that in the second world, any division of the alliance would be able to obtain the situation of the primitive mystic realm cultivators at any time. No wonder so many experts are looking for partners to invest, Chen Hao thought to himself. Originally, when he saw so many experts looking for disciples to invest in the primitive mystic realm, he did not quite understand. After all, even though they had signed a contract, what the cultivator obtained in the primitive mystic realm, wasn't it just a matter of a word from him? You could not take out the things in his mind. This was fine for people who were loyal and trustworthy. If they were not trustworthy, there was nothing they could do, but now, Chen Hao understood that these investors would be able to observe the situation of the person they invested in at any time. Even if the cultivator was temporarily outside the range of the high-grade token, the effective information stored within would be sent out after reaching the range of the token. There was no chance to hide it. It was not something that could be avoided by throwing away the token. This was because the token would be directly embedded into one's primordial spirit. Senior brother master, it's all right. After entering the primitive mystic realm, if they dare to come, I'm confident that they won't be able to return. They are only at the Earth celestial stage. There are not many who can threaten me. Master, on the other hand, after entering, just focus on cultivating. You don't have to fight for anything. I don't want any accidents to happen. Leave the rest to me. We know our own strength. Just take care of yourself. Don't worry about us. Venerable Celestial Han Mei and Venerable Celestial Yun Wei did not find anything wrong with Chen Hao's words. Although their former disciple was only at the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage, which was lower than their cultivation stage, his strength was not something that they could estimate. Especially when they heard Chen Hao's confident words, they understood that Chen Hao's current combat strength had probably reached a rather terrifying level. This was because based on their understanding of Chen Hao would never be full of himself. Otherwise, how could they have witnessed so many miracles in the past? After cutting off contact with Gu Chen and the other two, he still did not receive a reply from Long Ting and Long Yi. Chen Hao knew that the two of them should still be cultivating and training in seclusion. After all, as a disciple of the Divine Temple, Long Ting's strength was at least at the position of a captain of 10,000 people. Long Yi, as a top genius of the Death Door sect, could at least be a captain of 1,000 people or a vice-captain of 10,000 people. He was not as free as a small soldier. Taking a deep breath, Chen Hao's handsome face shone with a natural arrogance, and he walked toward the center of the alliance in East Flow City. After obtaining the information from Gu Chen, Chen Hao, who was about to return to his true self, did not have the slightest scruple. On the contrary, his heart was filled with the hot-bloodedness and heroism that a young man should have. After disappearing for 2 years, even though Qianhao's improvement was shocking and his combat strength had increased by leaps and bounds, it wasn't that he didn't notice that he could only obtain the most basic things from his repeated experiences, and it was completely based on his own strength, comprehension ability, and hard work. Not to mention a great opportunity, he hadn't even encountered a small opportunity. This was normal for ordinary cultivators, but for a top monstrous genius like Qianhao who was enveloped in karmic luck, it was very abnormal. At the very least, he should have discovered some decent spiritual items of heaven and earth, right? No, he had not encountered anything. This made Qianhao understand that luck, the most mysterious thing in the world, was always playing a role. He, who had concealed his identity and disappeared without a trace, had lost the people's hearts and thus lost his luck. Now, he wanted to restore his true self and regain his luck. And now, this primal mystic realm that had attracted the attention of the entire cultivation world was undoubtedly the best opportunity. Let the storm come even fiercer. Let my friends and family rejoice because of me, shrouding me in luck. Let my enemies fear me because of me, a storm is coming. Let the heavens and earth move because of me, dance with the wind and clouds, rule the world, shake the universe. The blood that had been silent for over 2 years began to burn once more. The fighting spirit that had been suppressed for over 2 years began to surge once more. Like a sword leaving its sheath, like a dragon leaving its abyss. As Qianhao slowly walked forwards, his aura became sharper with every step he took, until the sharpness of his aura was completely revealed. The crowd was in an uproar. At this moment, everyone was shocked by Qianhao's sudden surge in aura. Even Qianhao himself could not sense it, nor could he sense it. Above the highest heavens, because Qianhao had completely opened his mind, the winds and clouds began to gather, creating a myriad of phenomena. But, in the center of East Flow City's alliance, the Supreme Masters of Hongmeng as well as the Supreme Masters of East Flow City's top sects, whether they were meditating or doing something, all of them revealed looks of surprise as they looked towards the void. At the same time, the powerful divine senses that only belonged to the masters of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm pierced through the void, blooming outwards. They looked towards the highest heavens, a phantom that even Daoist Jingxian couldn't catch. Golden scale transforming into dragon? Nearly in unison, dozens of Grand Mist Supremacy realm masters spat out these words. They were filled with shock, disbelief, and even endless curiosity. Who is it? Who can actually trigger the phenomenon of a golden scale transforming into a dragon? CSI. Immediately after, several figures rushed out of their palaces and flew into the sky above East Flow City. Boundless and terrifying divine senses instantly spread out, capturing the auras they were searching for. Golden scale is not a pond creature. Once it encounters the winds and clouds, it will transform into a dragon. The phenomenon of a golden scale transforming into a dragon was something that was rarely seen in East Flow City in a million years. It had to be known that although East Flow City was only a small city on Vast Universe Star, it was still Vast Universe Star, the strongest planet of the entire human race. The number of masters of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm could instantly kill the total number of masters on Vast Universe Star's 36 main planets. If such a phenomenon was rarely seen in a million years in such a place, then what about the Asianing planet? Chapter 654. Perhaps there wouldn't even be one in thousands of years. Those who could trigger the phenomenon of a golden scale transforming into a dragon must be the most outstanding talents in the world, who could stir up the winds and clouds and lead the tide of an era. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation stage. Even a cultivator in the human celestial stage could trigger it. However, those who could trigger the golden scale transforming into a dragon, as long as there was no irresistible mutation, would definitely grow to a terrifying extent. This was because only outstanding figures of the same generation who had great luck, great aptitude, great comprehension, great perseverance, great wisdom, and so on, could trigger it. This was the tide of an era. A figure who could stir up the winds and clouds. Amidst an uproar of praise, East Flow City's #1 genius girl, the goddess in the hearts of countless young cultivators, had been born with a golden spoon in her mouth. Moreover, she dared to name herself East Flow, East Flow. Pandong Flow was a little immature, not too beautiful, but full of charm. Her charming face was filled with a bright smile, with a trace of a girl's blush due to shyness, which made her look even more beautiful and moving. Her face, from time to time, turned slightly to look at the handsome and imposing young man beside her, as if she didn't hear the noise and praise around her. In her eyes there was only him. And the young man's eyes were also filled with undisguised admiration. Their auras, their essence, chi and spirit, and the peerless charm of the two of them didn't need to do anything to become a superior existence in the crowd. They didn't deliberately show that they were cranes in a flock of chickens, but the surrounding cultivators, 99% of them, unconsciously regarded themselves as chickens, and the two of them as cranes. Only one figure, who had caused an uproar just now, but at this moment, the attention was diverted, and he didn't notice it. The arrival of dozens of tyrannical divine thoughts made Xianxia, who didn't deliberately and didn't notice any clues, naturally, hide his achievements and fame. He didn't want to keep a low profile, but he kept a low profile. So it's this girl? It should be Lin, the disciple of the Knights Templars, who is more likely to be. Dozens of divine senses scanned the two of them and came to a conclusion. Even a Grand Mist Supremacy Realm expert wouldn't be able to lock onto a specific person. They could only sense the location of the golden scale transforming dragon and determine the general location of the person who triggered it. Then, they could guess which cultivator was most likely to be the one who triggered it. As for the entrance to the Alliance Center, where countless cultivators gathered, only East Flow City's #1 genius girl, Pandong Lu, and the Holy Temple's Earth Immortal Realm expert, Teacher Lin, who was ranked extremely high in the Holy Temple, were the most likely candidates. Moreover, Lin was more likely to be one of them. There were around 1 million Earth Immortal Realm cultivators from East Flow City that had obtained permission to enter the Primal Mystic Realm. This included those who had passed the allocated quota and those who had passed the Wandering Cultivator test. They formed a division, and Lin was the division master that Holy Temple had appointed. What a powerful aura! The Chloki Xianxia slowly walked up to the old man in charge of reporting. When the old man saw Xianxia, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but praise him in his heart. He was young and at the peak of the early stage of the Earth Immortal Realm, but his aura was comparable to a genius-level master at the peak of the late stage of the Earth Immortal Realm. No matter where one went, this was a rare sight. Perhaps it could only be seen in vast universe Holy Temple. "Senior, I've come to report." Xianxia cupped his fists and said. At this moment, the peak of the reporting period had passed. Of the hundreds of reporting points, half were empty. There was no need to line up at all. "Good. Please show me your test medallion." The old man sized up Xianxia and said, "Test number, *************. You may receive an ordinary token. Name, Xianxia. Asian Ing Star Region, Limitless Star. It's actually just a small planet beneath the Asian Ing Star?" 3 or 4 years ago, wasn't the Limitless Star's Xianxia the first test result of the Asian Ing Star that shook the vast universe galaxy? After the old man read Xianxia's situation through his test token, he was a little surprised that Xianxia only had an ordinary token. After all, with such an aura, even if it wasn't enough to become a captain of 10,000 people, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a captain of 1,000 people. However, Xianxia only had an ordinary token, which meant that he was just an ordinary soldier. But after seeing Xianxia's real information, he immediately recalled the first test result that shook the vast universe galaxy 3 or 4 years ago. This caused the old man to look at Xianxia with even more shock. In just 3 or 4 years, he broke through from the human immortal realm to the earth immortal realm, and he also has such a powerful aura. This growth speed is too terrifying. "Senior, is there a problem?" Xianxia couldn't help but ask when he saw the old man staring at him in a daze for a long time without responding. No, no problem. Little friend Chen Hao, I really didn't expect that you would be able to come to our East Flow City to take the test. An ordinary token. You must have given up on your position token, right? Come, please drip a drop of blood essence. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Although Chen Hao's strength couldn't compare to the old man's, his potential. If nothing unexpected happened, he was destined to be at the top of the vast universe galaxy. Therefore, the old man was much more polite and even took pride in Chen Hao's participation in the primal mystic realm test in East Flow City. All right. Chen Hao smiled. He directly forced out a strand of blood essence and poured it into the token that the old man handed over. Immediately, the token, which was filled with a mysterious aura, turned into a stream of light that sank between Chen Hao's eyebrows. He didn't feel anything, but Chen Hao knew that the token had been integrated into his primordial spirit. At the same time, it would become an existence that witnessed his actions in the primal mystic realm. Someone at the peak of the early Earth immortal realm has such an aura? Just as Chen Hao was about to leave, two figures appeared behind him. At this time, they were distracted from the other party and noticed Chen Hao. They said with slight surprise, "You're right? Brother, how may I address you?" "I am Chen Lin, a disciple of the temple and a division master assigned to East Flow City." Chen Lin cupped his fists together. Although he seemed polite, the condescending tone in his words was obvious. Of course, he didn't realize this, but if it were anyone else, they wouldn't find it strange either. After all, this person was a disciple of the temple and was also the highest commander assigned to East Flow City for this primal mystic realm adventure. The reason he greeted Chen Hao was that he was surprised by Chen Hao's age, cultivation, and aura. Such a genius should be a disciple of the temple, but he didn't know him. Secondly, as the highest commander, he certainly had to get to know Chen Hao. After all, in his opinion, Chen Hao was definitely a captain of 10,000 soldiers. Pan Dong Lu didn't feel anything about Chen Lin's words. However, at this moment, Pan Dong Lu looked at Chen Hao and frowned slightly. She seemed to be thinking about something. If she had met Chen Hao before she met Chen Lin, she would definitely have said something because she felt a familiar aura. It made her think of an unlikely person, but at this moment, she absolutely wouldn't say anything. Regardless of whether Chen Hao was that person or not, it no longer had any meaning. It was just like what that person had said to her with an aged voice. "The person you are waiting for is a genius whose battle prowess and age are on par with yours, not me." And now, she had waited, and it was someone who exceeded her expectations in all aspects. At this time, how could she say that she was a young girl who had impulsively confessed in public because of the mysterious, powerful, and difficult to find? Geniuses were all arrogant, especially Chen Hao, whose bones were filled with an arrogant aura, was even more so. Therefore, people of the same kind were also sensitive. Others took it for granted, but Chen Hao could feel the other party's sense of superiority in front of him. Of course, he felt it, but he didn't think that Chen Hao would fight back. There was no need for that. After all, this was not tit for tat. And Chen Hao also knew the other party's intention. "My name is Chen Hao, a lowly soldier." Chen Hao cupped his fists and returned the greeting with a smile. "A soldier? Just by your aura and absolute strength, you can get the position of a captain. It seems that you took the initiative to give it up. But it doesn't matter. As long as you perform well, I will give you what you deserve." "Thank you," Chen Hao said, neither servile nor overbearing. But in his heart, he was muttering about this guy's official airs. He took the initiative to give up being an official. Naturally, he wanted to be a lone ranger. Why would he join them in group activities? Brother Chen, sometimes, when the strength of a team is used, the gains obtained are definitely far greater than that of an individual. No matter how strong one's luck is in a race against time, there is a limit to what one can obtain. You have to think about it carefully. Chen Lin seemed to have seen through Chen Hao's thoughts. When Chen Hao saluted and turned around, and at the same time, nodded politely to Fan Donglu and left, he reminded him again. "When necessary, I will appear," Chen Hao said. His figure flashed, and he quickly rushed to the exit. But Chen Hao, who had just rushed out of the door, suddenly came to a sudden stop. He almost fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open. He looked at the figure with his hands on his hips and his legs apart. He had a devilish smile on his face and the same excited smile on his face. He slightly raised his good-looking chin and stared straight at him. Coffee? Ha, why are you here? Why can't I be here? Appointed captain? Captain? Aren't you looking down on me too much? I am the commander of an army of 100,000 men. You are a small soldier in 100,000 men squads or 1,100 men squads under my command. Why are you not bowing when you see this regiment commander? Hello, regiment commander. Goodbye, regiment commander. Although Chen Hao was very excited in his heart, he was speechless as he looked at the girl in front of him. He bowed and said very cooperatively, "What are you doing? Wait for me, I haven't reported yet. Brother has booked a room in the Flowing Cloud restaurant and is waiting for you." After Chen Hao finished speaking, he turned into a ray of light and left like lightning. Although he had decided not to hide anymore and return to his true self, he did not want to attract too much attention before he had even started. This girl did not care, but a small soldier traveling alone cared. How could such a big regiment commander hang around? What kind of scandal was that? Furthermore, if there was a necessary group activity and he was given too little, wouldn't it attract criticism? This girl obviously did not understand the way of being an official. You didn't even wait for me for a while. Longting was so angry that she stomped her feet. A trace of shyness flashed across her face as she thought to herself. Chapter 655. Ting Ting, who's that? At this time, the 3 men and 1 woman who had stopped not far away from Long Ting all walked to Long Ting's side. The young girl asked curiously. The other 3 young people also looked at Long Ting curiously. The 4 of them were disciples of Long Ting's divine temple. On the surface, their auras were stronger than Long Ting's. Like Long Ting, they were members of the divine temple's 10 captains. However, unlike Long Ting, they were from East Flow City and had truly been sent here by the order of duty. As for Long Ting, who was from the Asian Ing planet, she had applied to be assigned to East Flow City. Sister Xiao Wei, isn't he very handsome? Long Ting looked at the young woman who had entered the divine temple more than 10 years before her with a smug look on her face. Yes, he's very, very handsome. Super handsome. Although he's only slightly inferior to Ren Tian, his aura is still terrifyingly strong. Most importantly, he's only at the peak of the earthly celestial stage. Judging by your smug look, could it be that he's your cultivation companion? What do you think? Long Ting raised her slender eyebrows and asked with a smile, "What do you think?" I understand. You applied to come to East Flow City not because you're close to me, but because of him, right? No, Sister Xiao Wei, I applied to come here because of you. Meeting him was purely a coincidence. Long Ting said, I thought I had a chance. How sad. With me here, what chance do you have? But I'm also sad. There are plenty of fish in the sea. This flower already has a master. Long Ting glanced at the 2 young men who seemed to be single but had lovers and said proudly. Long Ting had gotten to know these 4 people during the group training in the past 6 months. She had found out that the 4 of them had a good relationship. After learning that the 4 of them were from East Flow City, Long Ting also intended to befriend them. Therefore, they had become very familiar with each other during the group training in the second world. Although she did not know everything about them, she at least had a good understanding of them. The 2 young men who deliberately put on a bitter and sad look were called Zhong Yangming and Go Daoqian. The other youth was Mo Weiwei's Dao companion, Duan Rentian, whom Long Ting called Sister Xiao Wei. When this guy heard Mo Weiwei agree that Long Ting was very, very handsome and super handsome, although he knew that Mo Weiwei was telling the truth, he was still unhappy. How could she praise another man so strongly in front of his Dao companion? Fortunately, Mo Weiwei added that it was just a little worse than the original. Even though he knew it was a lie, he still felt slightly gratified and proud. At least I still have my dignity as a man, even though I'm not that handsome. May I ask your name, Minghua? Your surname is Qin, and your name is Hao. Back in the day, about 3 or 4 years ago, Arya Ing Planet's first test result, which shocked the entire vast universe galaxy, was Chen Hao. You have to keep it a secret. He doesn't like to be high profile. Long Ting said happily in her heart. Young girls, any young girls, including Long Ting, were no exception. Showing off their other half in front of their friends and satisfying their vanity was a very happy thing. No, it can't be, right? He's Chen Hao? Why are you all so surprised? Long Ting saw the expressions of the 4 people and found it a bit strange. She was indeed showing off in front of them because of her vanity. At the same time, she also wanted to show off her status as a Minghua to avoid unnecessary trouble. But she didn't think that when the 4 of them heard her answer, they would be so shocked. Was this necessary? Although Chen Hao's test results were abnormal, they weren't too dazzling when placed amongst the abnormal disciples of the temple. These 4 people were all people who had seen the great world, so they shouldn't be so surprised. How can this not be surprising? Zhong Yangming almost cursed it out loud. That's right. A monstrous genius's first test results are absolutely at the top of our temple's disciples. Just this alone is enough to shake the entire vast universe galaxy and cause the top sects to extend an olive branch to him. But now, since he's a loose cultivator in East Flow City, he definitely hasn't joined any top sects and definitely isn't a disciple of our temple. But how long has it been? Back then, we paid attention to his information, his age, his realm at that time. In less than 4 years, he didn't join any great faction, and yet he was able to advance to the peak of the Earth's celestial stage. This speed of advancement is already shocking enough, not to mention his aura. Although I don't want to admit it, his aura makes me feel an enormous threat. I don't even have a 50% chance of defeating him. I am a dignified peak midstage Earth celestial stage disciple, a temple disciple. How can we not be surprised? Go Daoqian said with a face full of admiration and shock. Keep a low profile, don't make it public. If he knew that I revealed his secret in such a high-profile manner, he would definitely blame me. Let's go and report first. Long Ting pulled Mo Weiwei and walked through the door. How could Long Ting think so much? This girl simply didn't realize what Go Daoqian was talking about. She couldn't be blamed for being careless, but this was a situation that most people would show. The more familiar one was with a person, the more likely they would overlook some details. After the 5 people entered the door, the cultivators outside exclaimed one after another. There was no doubt that the 5 people had just communicated via voice transmission. Although they couldn't hear anything from their expressions, they could guess that it had something to do with the shocking youth who had just come out. Moreover, more importantly, among the 5 people, 4 of them were familiar with most of the cultivators present. They were all influential figures in East Flow City more than 10 or 20 years ago. Their fame back then wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the current number 1 genius girl of East Flow City, Pandong Lu. And now, they were all disciples who had joined the temple long ago. Wouldn't the youth who could shock the 4 of them be even more shocking? The first to go in should be the commander of our batch, the highest commander of our East Flow City. Otherwise, our goddess Pandong Lu wouldn't have been so quick. These 5 people should be one of the 10 captains, right? Definitely. The captains and vice-captains are all appointed by the temple, but I don't know the identity of that super handsome and talented youth. Looking at their expressions, that youth is obviously not a disciple of the temple, but he should be a monstrous genius from one of the top sects, just that he hasn't entered the temple yet, and deliberately entered the primal secret realm as a loose cultivator. They are all amazing people. Yes, I'm so envious. When can we also become disciples of the temple? Even if we die, it will be worth it. Greetings, Senior Brother Chen Lin. After Long Ting's group of 5 stepped into the Alliance Center, they immediately met Chen Lin and Pandong Lu, who had just finished reporting. The 5 of them cupped their fists and greeted them. Long Ting was a newcomer to the temple, and out of basic etiquette, she wasn't familiar with them. She only knew them because they had all come to East Flow City, so her expression was natural. But Mo Wei Wei, Duan Renin and the other 2 had a trace of respect and worship. You guys came quite late. Tonight, I will gather all the disciples of the temple and all the captains for a gathering. It will be at the East Flow restaurant. When the time comes, all of you should come. Everyone should be familiar with each other. After entering the primal secret realm, it will be easier for us to work together. Okay. Pan Dong Lu stood obediently beside Chen Lin, who even the disciples of the temple respected, and her heart was filled with warmth. She knew the other 4 people except for Long Ting, but at this time, she just nodded to the 4 of them one by one, knowing her position very well. Dong Lu, you should know the 4 of them. This junior sister is Long Ting, a disciple who passed the assessment to enter the temple last year. She is very talented, and although she is at the peak of the initial stage of the Earth Celestial stage, her real combat strength is more than enough to get the position of the leader. Junior sister Long Ting, this is East Flow City, Pan Dong Lu. After coming out of the primitive secret realm, she will be our junior sister. Chen Lin smiled and looked at Long Ting softly as he introduced her to the 2 of them. His words, intentionally or unintentionally, were full of praise for Long Ting. Mo Wei Wei and the other 3 naturally knew that Chen Lin was telling the truth, because Long Ting, who didn't seem to be strong, was really terrible once she burst out. Even the 4 of them had to temporarily avoid her. Although that power obviously didn't belong to Long Ting herself, who dared to deny that this was a trump card? However, when Chen Lin said it at this time, the meaning between the words used was not so simple. Everyone could feel that this was Chen Lin's goodwill to Long Ting. Flowing eastward felt the pressure brought by Long Ting, especially when Chen Lin said, "She will be our junior sister in the future." Flowing eastward understood that Long Ting would be the first person she had to surpass, especially when she heard Chen Lin say, "She will be our junior sister in the future." Of course, this didn't refer to strength, cultivation, or realm, but to her position in Chen Lin's heart. "Hello," Long Ting said softly. "So." Pan Dong Lu also responded with an unchanged expression. However, in the depths of her eyes when she looked at Long Ting, there was a deep meaning to determine who was superior. After greeting them, Long Ting went directly to the registration office. Mo Wei Wei and the other 3 followed. Chen Lin and Pan Dong Lu left together. "Long Ting, someone is interested in you." "Yes, according to my little deduction technique, Long Ting's eyes are bright and beautiful with hundreds of flowers blooming. This is the envelopment of peach blossoms. You need to be careful, lest you turn into a peach blossom calamity." Yes. In my opinion, at tonight's banquet, Ting Ting's peach blossoms will be overflowing. The best solution is naturally to let the famous men go together. At the same time, let them introduce us to the famous men, hee. Yes, this calamity can't be broken unless it's like this. Long Ting looked at the 4 people's serious faces, but their faces made her speechless, but she was a little moved. After thinking about it, she reluctantly said, "What you said makes sense, but he's a low-key person." Chapter 656. Long Ting has an ancient spirit treasure, and her talent is far inferior to yours. The reason why I'm trying to rope her in is that I hope she'll be more obedient to my commands after entering the primitive secret realm. Brother Chen Lin, I'll do my best to help you. My current combat strength is no worse than the average disciple of the Sacred Hall. Chen Lin nodded with a smile. He sighed inwardly. Such an inexperienced girl was really easy to deal with. Women didn't like good men. It was not difficult for him, who had always been shrouded in the halo of a genius, to conquer a woman. Even in the Sacred Hall, although he was not among the top, he was still one of the best. If he could mingle with many talented girls, it would naturally be better for him when he confirmed his relationship with them in the future. Whether it was Long Ting or Pan Dong Lu, as long as he cultivated with them, the benefits would definitely be abundant. But there was no doubt that Long Ting was more tempting to him. However, after meeting Long Ting in the primitive secret realm, Yi Futian had done some research. Some of the information was not considered a secret on the Ying planet. Long Ting seemed to have a confirmed relationship with someone, and Yi Futian had paid attention to that person before. Coincidentally, he had the same name as the eye-catching young man just now. Chen Lin didn't care. He didn't think the two of them were the same person. Chen Hao was just a genius from a small planet on the Ying planet. Although he had made a name for himself in the vast universe galaxy in the preliminary test, he had been quiet for nearly 3 years because of the information he had received. Moreover, there was basically no chance of survival in the arranged battle in a few years. Even if he hadn't received this information, Long Ting still had her primordial Yin body. As long as he succeeded in poaching her, it would be a skill. Long Ting rejected the invitations of Mo Weiwei and the others to go to their sects and families. She was like a cheerful bird, excitedly heading to the drifting cloud restaurant. Beep beep beep. Brother Hao, I'm coming. Room 1102. I've told you. Come here directly. Chen Hao looked at Long Ting's image and said. Although the two of them had kept in touch ever since they stepped out of the Yang planet and Long Ting had secretly visited Chen Hao once, today was the first time that Chen Hao had met Long Ting. After nearly 3 years, seeing the beautiful Long Ting appear in front of him again, that feeling was completely incomparable to a simple image. At that time, if it wasn't for the fact that there were so many people in the hall, whether it was Chen Hao or Long Ting, it probably wouldn't have been so simple. Phew, after cutting off the connection, Chen Hao exited World 2 and let out a long sigh. He was actually trembling slightly. One could only imagine how excited he was right now. This was definitely not due to the effect of the second pill. Instead, it was due to the excitement in his heart. A man and a woman passionately in love, even if they had not broken through the last layer of the membrane, had truly accepted each other in the depths of their hearts. Not to mention Chen Hao, even the sage would not be able to suppress the excitement in his heart when they met again after nearly 3 years. Similarly, Chen Hao would not suppress his feelings in his heart. Taoism was natural. Chen Hao, who had decided to return to his true self, did not simply appear in his true form to restore his true self. True self, from the inside to the outside, was the same on the inside and the outside. It contained not only the true identity, but also the release of the soul and the great freedom of the true self. At the very least, under normal circumstances, he would never suppress his emotions. Knock, knock, knock. As expected, there was a knock on the door. Chen Hao rushed to the door and opened it directly. At the same time, without even sensing anything, he opened his arms and hugged her. But, sir, it seemed that he was hugging a warm and fragrant jade. However, her sudden exclamation, as well as the touch and smell that came from her, made Chen Hao's face black lines. He suddenly let go of her. How could he do this? He was an expert in the Earth's celestial stage. How could he do such a crazy thing? Impulsiveness was really the devil. I'm sorry, Chen Hao said awkwardly. It's okay. Sir, your friend is here? Downstairs, she had a dispute with someone downstairs. The young and beautiful waitress of the restaurant was blushing. Her heart was trembling and she stammered. She had a dispute with someone? Who was it? Chen Hao asked, frowning. She's also a beautiful girl. She's also a disciple of the Divine Palace. You go and have a look. I hope sir won't let them fight. Thank you. Okay, this. Chen Hao directly turned into a stream of light and disappeared from where he was standing. The young female attendant, who had been hugged by the rash Chen Hao, stared in a daze at the place where Chen Hao had disappeared, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. If only I could become his woman. A girl who had reached the peak of the later stage of the human celestial stage at such a young age would definitely be among the super geniuses on the Wuji star. However, in the East Flow city of the vast universe star, she was an ordinary cultivator. Even a fool like Chen Hao could see that he was a super genius. To girls like her, he was definitely a fatal attraction. Unfortunately, she knew that she had only been hit in the waist by Qing Chun. A monstrous genius like Chen Hao did not belong to her world at all. In the restaurant's hall, the wind was blowing. Two powerful auras and pressure collided invisibly in the air, enveloping every inch of space in the hall. The gazes of the two beautiful girls were like two sharp treasured swords as they stared at each other. One of the figures was naturally Long Ting, who had just arrived. The other figure was wearing a blue dress. Their long hair was fluttering under the surge of their auras. Their clothes were fluttering, and the curves of their two graceful and exquisite bodies were fully displayed. The surrounding cultivators automatically scattered in all directions, forming a circle around them. They stared at the two beautiful girls with burning eyes. The disciples of the divine palace. One of them had a majestic blood chi and a powerful physical strength that shocked everyone. The other had a sword principle will that bloomed in her beautiful eyes. It was as if she had let everyone see a scene of destruction. Obviously, both of them were only at the peak of the later stage of the Earth's celestial stage. However, the aura that they exuded at this moment shocked all the cultivators at the peak of the later stage of the Earth's celestial stage. Both of you, a middle-aged master of the heaven's celestial stage, who was obviously the manager of the Drifting Cloud restaurant, stood awkwardly between the two girls. Perhaps both of you are Mr. Chen's people? Calm down. If the two of them were really going to fight, even if he had the ability to stop them, he would not dare to stop them. They were the high and mighty disciples of the divine palace. A heaven celestial was nothing. If he angered any one of them, not to mention him, even the Drifting Cloud restaurant would suffer. Fortunately, the astute him had sent a voice transmission to the young waitress from before to inform Chen how at the first moment the two of them started to confront each other. With the experience of a few thousand years, although he did not know the inside story, he could faintly guess that these two stunning genius girls were very likely rivals in love that he had never met before. Moreover, one of them was ordered to come by Chen Hao, and the other came by following and ambushing. But coincidentally, the two of them came to the restaurant at the same time. Coincidentally, they said they were looking for someone at the same time, and neither of them said the other's name. However, they used their true essence to condense the other's appearance. More coincidentally, the condensed, illusory figures were exactly the same. Therefore, although the two of them had paid attention to each other, they did not pay attention to each other. But now they directly looked at each other, and it became the current confrontation. Who are you? And who are you? I am Long Ting. It really is you? You still haven't answered me. Or you? Your aura is very strong. I can't suppress you. But you can't suppress me either. Let's both stop at the same time. The two of them communicated through voice transmission. Shameless. I don't remember him knowing any temple disciples. Long Ting saw that the other party avoided answering and frowned slightly. The mark on the other party's chest was clearly the mark of a temple disciple, but the other party had changed his aura and appearance. Originally, when the other party condensed the illusory figure of Chen Hao, her first reaction was to think that the other party was Bailey Ningbing. Because of this, Long Ting exploded with intense anger and battle intent from the start, wishing that she could immediately beat this bastard up. How could a person be shameless to such a level? It was fine that he followed her the last time, but now he followed her again. Did he think that she was easy to bully? But under her aura, the other party's auras suddenly soared. Although he still changed his aura, it made Long Ting understand that the person in front of her was definitely not Bailey Ningbing, but it was hard to stop halfway. Because the other party's aura was obviously trying to suppress her. No matter who the other party was, he was here for Chen Hao. How could she be suppressed? And so, the two of them competed with their auras. You can stop, but tell me your name first. Long Ting did not hide anything, and her aura soared again. Even if I tell you, you won't know him. You have to tell me even if you don't know him. You really won't stop? Many people are watching. He's here. The two terrifying auras had already tangled together and completely suppressed the other party. Although the two of them had not made a move, there was no doubt that the arrow was already on the bow. Unless the two of them withdrew their aura at the same time, if either of them withdrew their aura alone, they would receive a backlash from the other party's aura. This was like internal force experts, Although they did not move, they had already entered the stage of a battle of internal force. They could either withdraw their aura at the same time, or start the battle immediately. When Xianhao heard the female attendant's report, he instantly thought of that crazy woman, Bailey Ningbing, so he came here in anger. But when he saw the figure facing off against Long Ting, he almost fell to the ground. How was this possible? Chapter 657. Although the other party had completely changed her aura and appearance, and even ordinary acquaintances would not be able to recognize her, if Xianhao could not recognize her, then he should just find a piece of tofu and knock himself to death. Not to mention this brother's abnormal, fiery golden eyes. Just the familiar style of the blue dress could blind Xianhao's titanium alloy eyes. Not to mention, at this moment, the surging aura was releasing a powerful destructive sword essence. Just that, how could she appear here? When did she become so strong? How did she become a disciple of the divine temple? This aura, this advancement. Even Xianhao, who thought he was quite awesome, had to cover his face in shame, speechless to see his lover again. More importantly, how did the two of them get into a conflict? This did not make sense. The one in the blue dress was none other than Chen Shui. Cough cough, Xianhao's face was filled with black lines. He looked left and right, and then under countless gazes, especially when the two girls raised their chins at the same time and snorted at the same time, he directly faced the mountain-like aura and pressure and forcibly inserted himself between the two of them. Let's go up and talk. Misunderstanding, it's definitely a misunderstanding. Both of you let go. Xianhao transmitted his voice at the same time. The two of them knew that at this time, they could no longer continue, so they could only withdraw their aura and pressure at the same time. But neither of them transmitted their voice to Xianhao, and stood still in the same place. Their charming faces were slightly tilted, staring at Xianhao, waiting to see what he would do. Without a doubt, once a woman competed, she would definitely not let go of any details. Who would you approach first? Who would you pull first? Who would you appease first? Ha! Hiss! How could the wise and mighty Xianhao let the two girls find trouble with him over such small details? As a result, the two hands formed from true essence directly elongated, grabbing the two little hands one by one. Then, with a pull, the two of them flew to his side in the air, firmly holding on to his left and right. Soon after, they quickly walked into the restaurant. Chen Shui didn't say anything and let Xianhao hold her, but Long Ting on the surface, he didn't flip out, but he grabbed Xianhao's hand. His powerful physical strength directly increased by several times. He grabbed Xianhao's hand, and the bones in Xianhao's hand started to crack. Only the bones in Xianhao's hand were close to being crushed into powder. How could he not be angry? Just from Xianhao's words and his reaction, Long Ting knew that the beautiful girl in the blue dress who had changed her aura was definitely Xianhao's lover. But she did not know. As a disciple of the temple, how could she not be angry that Xianhao hid it from her? When did they meet? Who is this person? She did not even have the slightest bit of information. But this person was in the divine palace just like her? If it was anyone else, under the circumstances where they thought they knew all of Xianhao's secrets, they would also be upset to suddenly discover that Xianhao had hidden so much from them. However, Long Ting was only throwing a tantrum and did not directly flip out. She wanted to wait for Xianhao's explanation. What kind of awesome person is this? He's not a disciple of the temple, but he made two beautiful female disciples of the temple fight over him. Yes, he's too awesome. Just by looking at the aura of these two female disciples, they are definitely not ordinary disciples of the temple. And they are both beautiful and of the highest quality. Comparing people with people is really fucking incomparable. When Xianhao brought the two girls into the restaurant and returned to their rooms, the cultivators who had witnessed the entire process in the restaurant's hall began to discuss. They were absolutely undisguised envy, jealousy, and hatred, and they all guessed Xianhao's identity. The manager of the restaurant, a heavenly immortal expert, also heaved a sigh of relief. Humph! As soon as they entered the room, Long Ting shook off Xianhao's red hand, put her hands on her hips, and stared at Xianhao, saying, "Who is she?" Don't be anxious, don't be anxious," Xianhao said with a smile. He turned to look at Chen Shui, who had already calmed down and was waiting for a good show, and said, "Little Shui, what's the matter with you?" "What's the matter with what?" "Little Shui? So intimate." "Chen Shui?" While Long Ting was furious, she suddenly saw Chen Shui return to her original appearance, and this instantly allowed her to know who this so-called Little Shui was. Although Long Ting hadn't seen Chen Hao's Dao companions in person, she had seen images of them long ago. How could she not recognize them? And it was precisely because she recognized them that she, who was similarly aware of the situation, instantly opened her eyes wide, and the unconcealment in her heart was directly thrown beyond the 9 heavens. It turned into shock, and she practically screamed out Chen Shui's name. Hello, Long Ting." Although Chen Shui hadn't seen Long Ting, she knew a lot of information from Tantai Lian, and with Chen Hao's conduct, it was within her expectations long ago. But the intense hostility Long Ting directly displayed towards her earlier caused her to be puzzled, and at the same time, she had the thought of competing with Long Ting. But now, it was obviously unable to continue. Alright, just now, at the beginning, I took you to be Bailey Ning Bing, so that's how it is. I was wondering why you were so ruthless. Little Shui, tell me what's going on first. How did you become a Divine Hall disciple? Why are you here again? Chen Hao couldn't help but ask. Didn't you make an appointment with me? Long Ting was surprised. Just now, Chen Shui had directly come to look for Chen Hao. Even now, Long Ting knew that it was Chen Shui, but she was still a little unhappy that Chen Hao had kept it from her. Since when did I make an appointment? I was still wondering why the two of you were at odds. Chen Hao said. The situation is a little complicated. Chen Shui said, it's like this. Chen Shui told him the situation that she was in a daze. As it turned out, not only had she become a Divine Hall disciple, but even Helian Wu Zi, Tantai Lian, Xia Yuyu, Ling Ning Huan, and Ling Ning Lu had all become Divine Hall disciples. Moreover, they had all advanced to the peak of the later stage of the Earth's celestial stage. Until now, they still couldn't believe the speed of their cultivation, and they didn't even know what kind of place they had been brought to for cultivation. They only knew that after they had advanced to the peak of the earthly celestial stage, they had been informed by the experts of the Alliance that they had become Divine Hall disciples and had obtained the right to enter the primitive mystic realm. However, apart from the sisters Ling Ning Lu and Ling Ning Huan, who were arranged to be in the same city, Chen Shui, Tantai Lian, Xia Yuyu, and Helian Wu Zi were all separated. Only Chen Shui was assigned to East Flow City, and she was the deputy leader. When Chen Shui came to East Flow City and walked out of the transportation device, she mysteriously received news that Chen Hao was in East Flow City and was staying in East Flow Restaurant. Chen Shui didn't even know who told her this, and the whole process was like a cloud in the clouds. Deputy leader of East Flow City's 9th Regiment? Little Shui, the name isn't yours. I checked the name, and the deputy leader is Chen Xiaobai. Cough cough, how can you use a fake identity? Long Ting said with wide eyes. At this moment, although she couldn't find out any specific information as the leader, she could find out the names and realms of all the cultivators in the regiment. The leader of the 9th Regiment was her. Deputy leader Chen Xiaobai. She was curious about who Temple was for a while. I don't know either, don't worry about it. We only need to know that this was done by Temple and it's to help us. Chen Hao said. Brother Hao, how can you have so much face? This is simply... Long Ting stared at Chen Hao and said, I don't know either. Maybe they saw that I, your brother, have an infinitely awesome future and potential. Yes, it should be like this, Chen Hao said rather proudly on the surface. But in the depths of this guy's heart, there was another feeling. Although he didn't want to admit it, under such a clear situation, Chen Hao had to admit that no matter where it was, things like relying on one's father still seemed to exist. He didn't know whether Chen Shui had thought of this, but now, he was absolutely sure of his original guess. Otherwise, how could there be such a good thing? Or, why didn't Helian Wu Zi and the rest come to East Flow City, but Chen Shui? Because this was obviously a special treatment compared to his own son and his own daughter. At the same time, Chen Hao also guessed that his father's obvious exposure was definitely because of the rarely seen primal secret realm. He definitely didn't want Chen Shui and the rest to miss this opportunity, So he had no choice but to do this. Then what was the meaning of sending Chen Shui here? Was he afraid that his daughter's position would be replaced by Long Ting, who he had been in contact with for a long time? Or was he silently allowing the two of them to do that and start to really communicate now? Cough cough. Chen Hao looked at the blue dress that possessed a fatal temptation to him. Unintentionally, accidentally, he couldn't help but activate the special ability of his eyes, causing him to be distracted. Only when Chen Shui waved her hand in front of his eyes a few times without concealing anything, did this fellow cough awkwardly twice. "What's there to see?" Chen Shui said with a slightly red face. "I haven't seen you dressed like this for many years. It's so beautiful." "Ha! You haven't seen each other for so long. Do whatever you want, treat me as if I don't exist." "Oh, forget it, you guys go to the cultivation room, I'll sleep for a while." "Long Ting, what are you talking about? Are we going to stay in the same room as him? Are we going to get a room? How wasteful." Long Ting's beautiful little face had a devilish smile, and she actually said the word wasteful. But in Chen Hao's ears, even though he knew that this girl was lying with her eyes wide open, it was still rather comfortable and extremely pleasant to listen to. After Long Ting finished speaking, she directly walked into the bedroom and closed the door. "That's true. Anyway, we're leaving tomorrow," Chen Shui said. She really knew how to be thrifty, but before she finished speaking, Chen Hao hugged her by the waist, and she screamed as they walked towards the cultivation room. That look was completely like an impatient groom, carrying the bride that he had coveted for many years into the bridal chamber. No matter whether it was Chen Hao or Chen Shui, at this moment, they were all extremely agitated, incomparably excited, and filled with warm feelings, as well as more than 10 years of yearning. Yes, more than 10 years. Ever since Chen Hao fell into a coma on the Wuji planet, he and Chen Shui had never met in person. This was the first time. Chapter 658. If not for Long Ting's presence, Chen Hao would have already rubbed Chen Shui into his body. Similarly, if not for Long Ting's presence, Chen Shui would have already pounced into Chen Hao's embrace. More than 10 years of time was indeed just a snap of the fingers for cultivators. However, for a man and a woman who were passionately in love, especially one who had experienced so many times that what was done could not be undone, it was definitely a very long time. Moreover, this kind of feeling would not weaken with time and distance. It would only become more and more stale, more and more fragrant, and more intense. So, silence spoke louder than words. It was not that Chen Hao was too thirsty, nor was it that Chen Shui was not reserved, but it had been brewing for too long, whatever gentle and poetic gentleness, all of that could go to hell. Only tightly entangled hugs, intense kisses, and vigorous caresses could vent a little bit of their longing for each other and the excitement of their reunion. Chen Hao was like a starving wolf that hungrily, greedily, and madly kissed that sweet and intoxicating cherry mouth. His hands had even completely abandoned the basic rhythm and gentleness as he needed Chen Shui's graceful, exquisite, and soft body that seemed to have no bones. Chen Shui, who was trembling violently, used even more strength to squeeze herself onto Chen Hao's body, chi. Without even a rustling sound, the thin but seemingly distant Taoist robe was turned into ashes by Chen Hao's energy. At the same time, Chen Hao's blue dress, which had a fatal attraction to Chen Hao, was also turned into fine powder by Chen Hao. This fully showed that what really tempted Chen Hao was not the blue dress, but the graceful and delicate body that was protruding under the blue dress. Rip, when the chest wrap under the blue dress was pulled open by Chen Hao at the same time, Chen Shui suddenly pounced and tightly stuck onto Chen Hao's chest. This made Chen Hao, who originally wanted to feast his eyes, not have the time to directly enter the next stage of feeling her burning hot and smooth body under the pressure of her full and round body, caused the two of them to roll around naked in the huge cultivation room. Apart from the last hurdle, both of them had forgotten about it. Therefore, it seemed that only this kind of tumbling could better release their emotions and desires. But? No way, right? I didn't want to eavesdrop or peek. Why are you so loud? Long Ting's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. She had a fiery, straightforward, and generous personality. Even though it was her first time meeting Chen Hao face to face in 3 years, and she also wanted to be intimate with Chen Hao, she knew that she and Chen Hao were on fire, and playing with fire was like playing with fire. She also knew that Chen Hao and Chen Shui needed to comfort each other's feelings more than she did. Therefore, she decisively made space for the two of them. Even though she was very curious about what the two of them were doing and talking about, she simply didn't have the intention to peek. But what she didn't expect was, from time to time, Chen Shui's completely uncontrollable panting and moaning sounds, as well as Chen Hao's deep and heavy breathing actually entered her ears clearly. This. It was really a bit too stimulating, especially this kind of sound that caused one to uncontrollably imagine a scene. It was simply a naked temptation. Not to mention Long Ting, who was originally on fire. Even if it were Heli and Wuzi and the other girls, they probably wouldn't be able to bear it. Of course, if it were the other girls, different people's reactions would definitely be different. Tan Tai Lien, who was already experienced, would definitely be more intense, but definitely not as intense as Long Ting. The reason was very simple. Long Ting had already swallowed the third pill, which was the 3 Yang Nirvana pill. At this moment, receiving this kind of temptation, and one of the main characters was Chen Hao, how could she bear it? Directly, she who was still rational just now didn't think about anything else, and her mind even exploded with a bang. Her ears were filled with the voices of the two of them, and her mind was completely filled with the two of them. Precisely speaking, it was the scene of Chen Hao. The intensity of that reaction, it was even more intense than Chen Shui, who was enduring Chen Hao's wild kisses and barbaric kneading. This was something that Chen Hao and Chen Shui didn't expect. Because the two of them were too excited, too urgent, too thirsty. After entering the cultivation room, Chen Hao forgot the most important thing, and that was to activate the restriction. Not activating the restriction was fine for ordinary people, but for Earth's celestial stage cultivators, it was no different from not having soundproofing facilities. Chen Shui simply didn't think of this point. After all, this was Chen Hao's room, and she didn't think that Chen Hao didn't activate the restriction. If she knew, she would surely die from embarrassment. How? Let's talk about something. Yes, just like this, don't be afraid as long as you don't move. Yes. When the two of them were about to lose control, they finally didn't dare to continue. Otherwise, neither of them would be able to bear it. At this time, obviously, it wasn't the time for the yin and yang to merge. After enduring for so many years, there was no reason to persist until the end. After all, whether it was Chen Hao or Chen Shui, they hadn't reached their limits yet. Chen Hao himself didn't care. After all, he had Tan Tai Lien first, but he had to care about Chen Shui. But the two of them finally quieted down a little, and with a bang, the door opened. Chen Shui screamed and hid behind Chen Hao. She was so scared that her soul almost left her body. Originally, she had only controlled a little, but the burning desire that was still burning fiercely was completely extinguished. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Long Ting, who suddenly broke in. How could she do this? What kind of person is she? She said she would leave us some space. How could she break in at this time? How did she break in? Slap. Oh no. I forgot to activate the restriction. Sister. How could Long Ting still hear Chen Hao's words? The moment she broke in, Long Ting, whose face was shining with an obviously abnormal red, directly pounced on Chen Hao, who was only wearing a pair of shorts. That crazy and completely irrational look was as if she wanted to eat Chen Hao. Fortunately, at this moment, Chen Hao was also frightened away by Long Ting's sudden intrusion. Chen Shui opened her eyes wide. At this moment, she also knew that there was a problem. But what exactly happened to make Long Ting become like this was not something she could know. She could only stare blankly as Long Ting, whose body was extremely strong, hugged Chen Hao and pressed him under her body. She forcefully hugged him, forcefully kissed him, and even, with a sizzling sound, her clothes were torn to shreds. Not a single thread was left, and she became completely naked. Chen Shui was dumbfounded. She didn't even put on clothes with her. She stared blankly at the fierce Long Ting and Chen Hao, who looked conflicted but seemed to be enjoying it. What exactly was going on? Chi. Right at this moment, Chen Hao finally emitted numerous profound talisman symbols and directly poured them into Long Ting's body. At the same time, he flipped over and rode Long Ting below him. He said, "Sister Ting, do you want to endure it or eat medicine?" Chen Hao's voice wasn't a simple voice, but a voice that directly touched the soul and contained the profound mysteries of the heart. Long Ting's burning and crazy eyes recovered a trace of clarity, and she trembled as she spat out 2 words. "Medicine this?" At the same time, a strand of light flew out from between her brows. Chen Hao directly stretched out his hand to catch it, and quickly opened the jade bottle and stuffed the fiery red and sparkling medicinal pill into Long Ting's mouth. "Little Shui, let's quickly dodge." "Sister Ting, you hold on." "Pa." Chen Hao pulled Chen Shui and finally couldn't help but laugh loudly. At the same time, he quickly rushed out of the cultivation room and directly activated the restriction from the outside. Long Ting, who temporarily possessed a trace of rationality, was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. It was too embarrassing. But shortly after, the medicinal strength of the 4th medicinal pill that she'd just swallowed suffused her and burned fiercely. But at this time, she was still able to maintain a trace of clarity. Every time a rebirth pill was swallowed, the moment it was swallowed, it would erupt. But at this time, one would still be able to maintain a trace of rationality. And as time passed, every time it flared up in the future, the rationality one retained would become weaker and weaker, until they completely lost their rationality. In reality, if Long Ting wasn't stimulated by Chen Hao and Chen Shui earlier, she wouldn't have lost her rationality so quickly, and could still endure 1 or 2 times before swallowing the 4th medicinal pill. But at this time, she who'd been slightly awakened by Chen Hao, how could she still endure it? She'd already lost all her dignity. It was the first time Chen Shui had met her, and she'd forced her way in. It was fine if she'd seen her, but she'd completely seen her. She'd even caused herself to be at a disadvantage, completely naked in front of her. The most embarrassing thing in her life was nothing more than this. Ha! Chen Hao laughed loudly, hugging Chen Shui, who was only wearing her underwear. He who was shocked and wasn't prepared for it, was directly suppressed. Although he was aroused a little by Long Ting, it was far from the time to flare up. Besides, in front of Chen Shui, although he wanted to flare up, it wasn't the time yet. How could he flare up? At this moment, the only feeling he had was, it was too fun. Especially when he thought of the awkward scene of the 2 girls meeting later, he was even more amused. "It's good that you forgot. You should have forgotten to activate the restriction. Quickly let go of me." Chen Shui struggled out of Chen Hao's embrace, and with a hiss, she quickly put on her clothes and glared at Chen Hao. "What's wrong with her? She's too much." "Luckily we're not. It's a long story. Listen to your brother slowly, No? It can't be? That's the truth. Tell me, do I have a choice? Long Ting treated me like this? It's definitely not because I'm romantic. There's no need to explain. Every time, you'll always find a sufficient reason for yourself. It's just that, for you, Long Ting really sacrificed a lot. Yes. Although Sister Ting isn't anxious about little Shui, she's really good. Glib tongue, who'd believe you? It's up to you to believe it or not. In any case, I haven't said such glib words to any of them. Chen Hao's gaze stared straight at Chen Shui, and the corners of his mouth carried an evil smile as he spoke. Chapter 659. Does that mean that I'm going to be a big shot in the future? Little Shui, we are a harmonious society, and the slogan is that everyone is equal. We don't need those superficial things. Chen Hao said as he pulled Chen Shui into his arms and snuggled up to her. Chen Shui raised her pretty face and rolled her eyes at Chen Hao, but she was still secretly happy and would not really be entangled in this issue. In fact, she was just casually saying it. Even if Chen Hao agreed to it, she would not accept it. Wouldn't that make her a target of public criticism? Moreover, it was just as Chen Hao had said, it was indeed just a formality and was completely meaningless. Long Ting will be fine, right? She's fine, just a little difficult to bear. She'll be fine in about 4 hours. Then can I, Xiao Wu, and the others use this kind of pill? Why are you asking this? Chen Hao was slightly stunned. The refining effect is so good, of course we want to use it. The few of us improved too quickly in that space, and we always have a feeling of unease. What you said, that kind of burning body, burning spirit, has an amazing effect on the physical body, the soul, and the state of mind, so, this? I don't know the specific situation, but even if you can use it, I'm afraid I can't use it again. It's not like it works together, we use ours, you don't have to use it. This is unfair to you? When have you ever been fair to us? Then when Longting comes out, you can ask her. Although I studied this medicine, I didn't study it in depth. You have to ask her for the specific details. Moreover, I don't think it's possible. The mystery of this medicine, if you use it alone, will become extremely evil. As long as I don't swallow the pill that contains your essence and blood, in the future when yin and yang are mixed, I'm afraid you will also lose yourself. Chen Hao said as he smelled the faint body fragrance on Qin Shui's body. If Qin Shui's idea could work, it was indeed a good way for them to cultivate, but if it turned into the situation that Guanu wanted to do to Long Ting, it would not work. Even if his woman was deeply in love with him, he could not allow it to happen because of the effects of the drug. That would be a complete loss of self. Then I'll go report first. I haven't reported yet. Wait. What happened? The report ends in the evening. It's still early. Dear Xiao Shui, are you? Chen Hao was originally hugging Qin Shui from behind and snuggling up to her. At this moment, he moved closer to Qin Shui's ear and seemed to be a little embarrassed as he stuttered. At the same time, one of his hands grabbed Qin Shui's small hand. Qin Shui asked curiously, since when was this guy embarrassed? The two of them were only one step away. What was there to be embarrassed about? In the end, Qin Hao felt that it was a little too shameless, so he couldn't directly say it out loud. He changed his strategy and said, have you seen the information about the dual cultivation absolute art? I've seen a little bit. But when you fell into a coma, we didn't dare to tell my mother and senior immortal Yun Wei the truth. We could only think of a way ourselves. So, back then we all saw a little bit. Unfortunately, it was useless. Why are you asking this? When Qin Shui thought of the situation back then, a sweet feeling gushed out from her heart. Especially when she thought of Tantai Lien who was peeked at by everyone, she couldn't help but reveal a smile. But what are you doing? I'm sick. I have to treat it? Xiao Shui, I have a prelude to the dual cultivation method here. I'll pass it to you. This illness can only be treated by you, the initiator. Take pity on me. Otherwise, my balls will be broken. Chen Hao, this shameless guy, forcefully pressed Qin Shui's small hand to a certain part of his body, causing Qin Shui to be shocked and embarrassed. That fire that had just been calmed down immediately rose up. Her heart was thumping. However, the relationship between the two of them had already reached the last step. Although this action was extremely, Chen Shui didn't forcefully resist. Moreover, from being forced to hold it to the feeling of curiosity and shyness, hot and hard. That feeling made Qin Shui, who understood but had never experienced it before, go soft all over his. It was also at this moment that a white light condensed from his will abruptly flashed out from between Qin Hao's brows and entered between Qin Shui's brows. This wretched guy actually didn't hesitate to teach Qin Shui how to do it in order to not make his balls hurt too much. This was truly too shameless. However, it was something that couldn't be helped. Chen Hao, who thought himself to be righteous and clean, would find it difficult to directly tell Qin Shui how to do it no matter what. Only this hypocritical method of using the name of an absolute art. I won't do it. I won't do it. You rogue, Xiao Shui, you have to think clearly. Men are different from women. I'm really sick. This illness can be serious or serious, and the consequences can be light or heavy. For the sake of you being able to reach a higher realm in the future, I have to keep myself clean and endure it. However, enduring it is truly too difficult. It's fine if it's just suffering, but look at how swollen it is. If this goes on, then the consequences will be serious. Not to mention internal injuries. I'm afraid I won't be able to endure it when seeing a beautiful woman. Could it be that Xiao Shui wants to see more and more sisters of yours? You dare, I beg of you. Looking at Chen Hao's appearance, she didn't know if he was faking it or not, but in short, he was in a lot of pain. Chen Shui's tone finally softened. It's so embarrassing. You, close your eyes, you're not allowed to look? Can you really do it? Yes, quickly, don't even think about the other methods. I will use the first method, all right? Although Chen Hao had extravagant hopes, he knew that this was a path that he firmly believed in. It was enough that Chen Shui agreed to use the first method. At least this was a good start. You're not allowed to look. Great aunt, you should start already. It's already been 5 minutes. Chen Shui's heart was beating rapidly. Seeing Chen Hao's painful appearance, she finally gathered her courage and burrowed into Chen Hao's embrace. Using her back to face Chen Hao, she also closed her eyes. Her little trembling hand reached in. Little Shui, I love you. Chen Shui, who was rushing towards the alliance's center quickly, her mind was filled with Chen Hao's appearance when he finally bloomed. Especially when she thought of the words that Chen Hao whispered in her ear after he stopped trembling, it actually made Chen Shui feel extremely satisfied. Moreover, Chen Shui realized that when she saw Chen Hao's comfortable appearance, she felt very happy. What she was doing was something that was difficult to talk about and embarrassing to death, but she felt that it was all worth it. Was being able to make him comfortable her happiness? Only then did he say that he loved me. Did he love me, or did he love me helping him? Chen Shui muttered in her mind all the way. Even though she had changed her true appearance, she, who was wearing a blue dress, was still beautiful and moving under the influence of this sweet's mood. Vice leader position, Chen Xiaobai, disciple of the temple. His background is actually from the temple. Phew. After Chen Shui reported and received the token, she immediately left. And the old man in charge of her report looked at Chen Shui's back view with envy and jealousy. It was not because of Chen Shui's cultivation level or strength, but because of the information displayed by her identity token, which surprised the old man. The so-called background of the temple meant that the young lady called Chen Xiaobai was a direct descendant of the upper echelon of the temple, and a pure upper echelon of the temple. In the temple, how many people could be pure upper echelon of the temple? The so-called pure upper echelon of the temple meant that they had not established any forces or families. They had dedicated their entire lives to the temple, to the human race. Such a person would have an extremely high status in the temple. They did not have many children or direct descendants, but every single one of them would enjoy special treatment from the temple. This was something that the direct descendants of the upper echelon of the temple who had their own forces and families could not enjoy. Such upper echelon of the temple could be counted with 2 hands. Naturally, there were some in the dark, otherwise the young lady would not have the surnamed Chen that the old man did not know. But no matter what, to be able to show that they were from the temple, they were all existences that made people envious and jealous, and their backgrounds were definitely extremely powerful. I have to inform the city lord, the focus of tonight's banquet will most likely have to be adjusted. The old man in charge of Chen Shui's report pondered for a while, then made a decision. The temple would definitely not announce such a matter in a high-profile manner, but since they had discovered it, they could not ignore it. If they really treated it as a low profile, then they would really be idiots. After all, this time's report in the primal secret domain was also the time to verify the true information. Even if the temple wanted to hide their identity at this time, it was impossible. That also meant that the upper echelon of the temple definitely knew that Chen Xiaobai's identity would be discovered by East Flow City. If they did not do anything, wouldn't that be disrespectful to Chen Xiaobai's elders? Chen Shui came and went like lightning without any delay. She only used 10 minutes to go back and forth. But what surprised her was, Miss Chen, hello. Just as she returned to the East Flow restaurant, 3 old men who had restrained their auras but emitted an invisible pressure that could make the heavens and the earth prostrate themselves, were actually standing at the entrance of the restaurant. When they saw her arrive, they immediately went up to her with a face full of smiles. More importantly, their gazes towards Chen Shui caused her to be very puzzled, uneasy, and ashamed. With a single glance, She could see that these old men had an absolutely revered status, and their cultivations were definitely stronger than any heavenly immortal. Yet, they were actually cupping their fists towards her, and their eyes were filled with love and respect? And if they were greeting her, they were still respectfully addressing her as Sir? What was this situation? Senior, this is? Chen Shui nervously bowed and asked. Miss Chen, the Alliance has just received news that Miss Chen has come to our East Flow City. Please forgive us for our lack of manners. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 660. Senior, did you make a mistake? I am only an ordinary disciple of the temple. There is no need to be so polite. Chen Shui didn't think that she was some great figure. Not to mention that these three people were obviously amazing people from the Grand Mist Supremacy realm, but from how the surrounding cultivators were respectfully looking at them, Chen Shui could guess that these three were the highest level figures of East Flow City. How could they be so polite to a mere disciple of the temple who was suspected of being a fake? No, the word polite could no longer be used to describe them. Although Chen Shui didn't know what was going on, she didn't think that she could calmly accept this. There had to be some mistake somewhere. I understand. Miss Chen, the best room in Flowing Cloud Restaurant has already been arranged for you. Your two friends have also been arranged to be next to you. As for the banquet tonight? The three people's expressions didn't change. The old man in the middle directly asked with a sound transmission. Top room, banquet seat? Chen Shui asked with a sound transmission, puzzled. It's like this. Our East Flow City's division master heading to the primal mystic realm is also the highest commander appointed by your temple disciples, Chen Lin. Tonight, he will be gathering everyone above the rank of captain and vice captain for a banquet so that they can familiarize themselves with each other. Our East Flow City will be responsible for organizing this banquet. When the time comes, your seat, should we arrange it according to your rank as vice captain? Oh, you can arrange it however you want. I am only an ordinary vice captain. I understand. Then Miss Chen, the top room should be fine, right? Thank you for your hospitality. My friends and I already have rooms. If there is nothing else, Junior will be going first. Yes. Please. Chen Shui was confused. She quickly left, not understanding why these people would treat an ordinary temple disciple like her with such respect. Could it be that they had mistaken her for someone else? Perhaps this was the only possibility. In any case, she hadn't accepted anything from them. Even if they discovered that they had made a mistake in the future, it wouldn't have anything to do with her. This Chen Xiaobai is quite good. She is so respectful to us and her words and actions show that she thinks highly of us. It is rare for a disciple with such a status to be so humble and courteous. That's true. We've seen many disciples with such a status. Each one of them thinks they are some sort of character, but they have no idea that others give them face because of their father. Especially that boy who came to our East Flow City last time. For better or worse, we are peak characters of vast universe galaxy. Do you really think we're afraid of him? That's right, if it weren't for our East Flow City, who would listen to him? I'm still the supreme of Hongmeng. What Chen Shui didn't know was that her fearful rejection of the other party's hospitality had instead made the three elders praise her greatly. In fact, these three old men were all high-level figures of East Flow City. If they were placed on the 36 main planets like the Yang planet, even if they couldn't obtain the position of controller, they would still be existences second only to the controller. Such a character, even in the vast universe galaxy, was a mighty supreme elder. Only the direct descendants of the peak high-level figures of the Holy Temple who were revered and worshipped by the entire human race would receive such a grand reception. This was completely out of respect for their elders. If it were just them, they wouldn't even be worth a fart. Every time such a person came to East Flow City, it was always a depressing matter. If they didn't receive them with a grand reception and if the great figure behind them felt disrespectful, that wouldn't be good at all. It might even affect East Flow City. Although they received them with a grand reception, many times these juniors really did treat them like servants. they had to endure it and not lower themselves to the same level as these juniors. For instance, when the East Flow City's city lord received the news from the old man at the reporting office, he had directly sent 3 people over. Before coming, the 3 of them had already prepared themselves, but they hadn't expected this descendant of the Holy Temple's peak high-level figures, Chen Xiaobai, was completely different from the majority of disciples who were born with a golden spoon in their mouths. This caused the 3 of them to breathe a sigh of relief and also praise him greatly. "What's wrong?" Chen Hao, who was in high spirits, opened the door and saw Qin Shui frowning. He was a little embarrassed as he asked. Without waiting for Qin Shui to speak, he said, "Little Shui, if you're not happy, I won't let you do that in the future." "No, how am I not happy? I just ran into something strange." "Strange? What strange thing?" Chen Hao heaved a sigh of relief and asked when he heard Qin Shui say this. After Qin Shui finished explaining the situation of the 3 Grand Mist Supremacy Realm Masters to Chen Hao, she said, "I think they must have mistaken me for someone else. Don't you think so? What's with that expression of yours? I'm talking business with you." "It's such a good thing, you can arrange the banquet as you wish. Why don't you want a top-tier room? With my status, even if I had money, I still wouldn't be able to enjoy a top-tier room. They mistook me for someone else. How could I have the nerve to ask for one?" "Wrong. They definitely didn't mistake you for someone else. Rather, when you reported in, they saw your identity and that's why this situation occurred. Otherwise, they would have appeared when you entered East Flow City. My identity information must be fake. It's precisely because it's fake, and because the fake identity is awesome, it's even more awesome. Think about it. The primal mystic realm restricts everyone from using their true identity to enter, so who can use a fake identity? Even the direct descendants of the top clans of East Flow City can't. Arranging for you, little Wu, little Yen, and the others to become disciples of the temple and then appearing with fake identities is already very awesome. Moreover, if my guess isn't wrong, the fake identity given to you is also very awesome. If that's the case, then your fake identity isn't a fake identity, but an identity given to you by the person who arranged it. That can't be right. That's the truth. This kind of feeling isn't bad. What kind of feeling isn't bad? Relying on your father. Cough cough. I mean, the benefits of your identity are quite good. Relying on my father. What does that mean? Don't hide it from me. Qin Shui glared at Chen Hao. She had the most contact with Chen Hao, so how could she not understand Chen Hao? Since he had said something she didn't understand, there was naturally something fishy going on. Moreover, ever since she had been placed under house arrest, Qin Shui felt that everything had gone too smoothly. It was too unbelievable, especially the training space provided to them during this time, and now they were directly disciples of the temple. Moreover, they had even revealed an awesome fake identity. All of this was like a dream. No matter how great Chen Hao's talent was, that was only Chen Hao's matter. How could he possibly take care of all of them? Qin Shui wasn't stupid. Although she didn't know what level of treatment she received, she was sure that even the disciples of the top influences of vast universe star didn't receive such treatment. I'm only guessing. It should be our father. That thing isn't simple at all. Chen Hao scratched his head. It wasn't that he wanted to hide this from Qin Shui, but that he knew how much Qin Shui resented her father. That was her father, but in her entire life, she had never even seen him once, much less enjoyed the joy and love of a father. And this non-biological son of his was now both a son and a son-in-law. From a fair point of view, even Qin Hao couldn't understand his father's approach. It wasn't that his father was wrong. After all, Qin Shui's mother, Venerable Han Mei, had used a scheme, otherwise, her twin sister, his own mother, wouldn't have fallen out with her. Chen Hao still couldn't figure out many things. From what he knew now, his father should be awesome to an indescribable degree. Why would he conceal his identity and come to the small limitless star, become a small cultivator, and then become immortal? It was fine if he was immortal, but he actually had his legs broken by a weakling. Did he really have no ability at that time? Or did he really seal himself to become an ordinary person? But later on, as he improved, why did he become more and more unfathomable, as if he also had abilities? There were many aspects that Chen Hao couldn't figure out at all. Sure enough, after hearing Chen Hao's words, Chen Shui didn't say anything directly, and her expression became ugly. Xiao Shui, don't think so much. One day, everything will be solved. As juniors, there are many things that we don't understand at all. You can't look at this problem from your point of view. Now, there's still me, right? I don't say that my father is definitely right, but I can't say that he's not wrong. Similarly, our mother. Master, she definitely has something wrong. So, we can only look at it fairly. There will definitely be a result in the future. I've told you before, when I went to the secular world to visit father and mother, that is, when Master extracted her memory and asked me to pass it to father, he knew of your existence and was very happy. Although you haven't seen him, I believe that from that time onwards, you've always been under his gaze. So what? Cough cough. Nothing. In short, even if it's for our future, you have to be more open-minded, right? Moreover, now is not the final result. When the truth is revealed, we can judge who's right and who's wrong, okay? I'm definitely not biased towards father. Chen Shui stared at Chen Hao for a few seconds before finally nodding her head lightly. An hour later. Creak. The door of the cultivation room slowly opened. Long Ting walked out in a natural and unrestrained manner, dressed neatly. When she saw Chen Hao and Chen Shui who were sitting in the hall staring at her, she chuckled. Her pair of beautiful eyes met Chen Shui's as she nodded her head, directly locking onto Chen Hao. With a hiss, she went to Chen Hao's side. Speak. You're deliberately making a fool of me, aren't you? Cough cough. Sister Ting, this really wasn't intentional, nonsense. You clearly knew that he had the effects of the medicine in his body and that it had acted up a few times already, but you didn't activate the restriction of the cultivation room. It was me. Speaking up to this point, Long Ting looked at Chen Shui again and said, Chen Shui, Xiao Shui, if he didn't activate the restriction, I heard everything. He also caused you to make a fool of yourself. It's so embarrassing. Luckily I heard it. Don't you think he should be taught a lesson? If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 661. No matter if it was Chen Hao or Chen Shui, they were all stunned by Long Ting's unexpected attack. This was definitely an all-around, indiscriminate AoE attack. She obviously wanted to pull Chen Shui into a team to kill Chen Hao, this boss monster, but the AoE attack she released affected Chen Shui as well. Especially that clear and vivid It directly made Chen Shui's beautiful face turn into a ripe red apple. If it was just this, it would be fine, but the words she said also successfully provoked Chen Shui. Chen Hao looked at Chen Shui whose face was completely red, also turning her head to glare at him, and then looked at Long Ting whose eyes were filled with a little devil's smile. He was really depressed. This girl took the initiative to strip naked and wanted to rape him. Moreover, it was in front of Chen Shui. Originally, she should be very embarrassed and lose face, and then be so embarrassed that she didn't dare to see him and Chen Shui, but she actually checkmated the two of them instead. Needless to say, Chen Hao knew that this girl was looking for balance. First, let Chen Shui know that although she didn't see you completely stripped naked, but your embarrassing moan was heard by this sister. If you dare to laugh at this sister, then this sister can laugh at you. Second, direct the spearhead directly to Chen Hao and tell Chen Shui that no matter if it was her or Chen Shui, the reason why they made a fool of themselves was because of Chen Hao's intention. You deserve it. Chen Shui held back for a long time and finally chose to be in the same trench as Long Ting. As a result, Chen Hao didn't even have the chance to explain before the two girls directly pounced on him. They executed the standard pinch and pinch technique of women, and they started to fight with each other. They fought back and forth with great pleasure. Only when Long Ting's and Chen Shui's tokens vibrated at the same time did they stop. Chen Lin informed the banquet hall on the top floor of the restaurant. Long Ting said, It's none of your business. Chen Shui replied and looked at Chen Hao. Two team leaders, you can go. This soldier will wash up and wait on the bed. Pervert. That's strange. Captains, no matter if it's a pervert or a hooligan, they both refer to the indecent behavior of people of the opposite sex who aren't Dao companions. Between Dao companions, it's normal, obligatory, and necessary emotional communication, Chen Hao said in all seriousness. In return, the two girls rolled their eyes. However, Chen Shui didn't bicker anymore. She looked at Long Ting and said, "Let's go." Chen Lin had used his division head token to send the message. Nominally, he was gathering all the cultivators above the rank of large team leader and vice team leader, so that they could work together after entering the primal secret realm. This was equivalent to a military order. If they did not go, it would not be appropriate. Furthermore, the commander, Long Ting, had to pass the order to the large team leader and vice team leader's tokens that she was in charge of. Wait. Long Ting responded to Chen Hao. She looked at Chen Hao with a solemn expression and said, "Little soldier Chen Hao, listen up." "Sir Regiment Commander, what are your orders?" Chen Hao asked, puzzled. "I order you to accompany the large team leader and vice team leader. You are not to disobey." Cough cough. "Sister Ting, stop fooling around. Go quickly and come back quickly," Chen Hao said. "When you come back, you can do whatever you want to me. I'll let you do whatever you want to me." "Let's go, Long Ting," Chen Shui said. "But, Brother Hao, I can't. I have a few friends who want to get to know you. I've already told them to bring you along." Long Ting's expression changed instantly. She looked at Chen Hao pitifully and said, "Sister Ting, I'm just an ordinary member. This banquet is for the large team leaders and above. They should be discussing important matters. It's not appropriate for me to go. You promised your friends that we'll meet after the banquet?" Chen Hao regained his composure and said. Although he didn't want to hide himself anymore, there was no need for him to purposely show himself in public. "All right." Long Ting hesitated for a while before replying. She already knew that Chen Hao wasn't willing to join in the fun. Now that she heard what Chen Hao said, she didn't force him. There were a total of 222 people who attended the banquet. Among them, 22 were disciples appointed by the Divine Temple and were the main characters of tonight's banquet. As for division leader Chen Lin, he was undoubtedly the center of attention. During the banquet, as Long Ting expected, Chen Lin kept showing his goodwill. Although he didn't go overboard, he was like a louse on a monk's head. Even Chen Shui could tell. The smart Chen Shui naturally understood the real reason why Long Ting called Chen Hao over. Unfortunately, she didn't say it directly. Otherwise, Chen Shui was sure that with Chen Hao's personality, he wouldn't even need to think about it and would immediately come over. When the two of them saw that it was about time, they took the initiative to greet Mo Weiwei and the other large team leaders. Then, they excused themselves and walked out of the banquet hall. "Long Ting, aren't you going to greet division leader? Why bother with him? But he's already here." Chen Shui walked side by side with Long Ting and transmitted her voice. "Sir, we should take the initiative to greet him. I don't want him to think that I'm doing this to him. Junior Sister Ting, Junior Sister Xiaobai, are you leaving already?" Chen Lin, who was busy socializing, quickly caught up with the two of them and asked. "Yes, senior brother Chen Lin. Go ahead and do what you need to do. My Dao partner has been rushing us a few times." "I'm sorry." Long Ting seized the opportunity and said with a smile. "Your Dao partner?" "Senior brother Chen Lin, you might not know that my Dao partner is also participating in this primitive mystic area. I'm sorry that she's rushing us again. Goodbye." After saying that, Long Ting pulled Chen Shui and left in a flash. Chen Lin was left frowning slightly. Her Dao partner? There's only one in name. He's a disciple from a small planet in the Yang planet, Chen Hao. Chen Hao. Could it be that I met him when I reported today? It must be him. Phew. Almost instantly, Chen Lin thought of the young man named Chen Hao that he had seen before. However, at that time, he did not think that it would be Chen Hao from the Yang planet, who had been famous in the vast universe galaxy because of his results in the preliminary examination. However, Long Ting's words had directly raised the possibility of this to 100%. Information about Chen Hao. His current cultivation level and aura. This time, Chen Lin was truly shocked. When he had first seen Chen Hao, he had been surprised by the other party's powerful aura that did not match his cultivation level. However, he had only been surprised to see that he was not a disciple of the Divine Temple. However, now that he had confirmed Chen Hao's identity, it was a completely different matter. This was because he had read up on Chen Hao and naturally knew how shocking this was. This was something that could not be determined purely by sensing. For example, one's age could only be determined roughly but not specifically. Furthermore, as one's cultivation level increased, this kind of sensing would become more and more vague. At the very least, it would be determined in units of thousands of years. But now, according to what he knew, Chen Hao was not even 100 years old, let alone 1,000 years old. More importantly, more than 3 years ago, Chen Hao had just stepped onto the Ying planet and taken the preliminary examination. However, now he was already an expert in the initial stage of the Earth's celestial stage. This kind of advancement speed was already considered shocking, but for the genius disciples of the Divine Temple, especially geniuses like Chen Lin, it was nothing. Most importantly, the aura that Chen Hao possessed when he was in the initial stage of the Earth's celestial stage. When all these factors were put together, Chen Lin was truly shocked. Such shocking talent, even if compared to him, was superior. There was no one who could match up to him. Phew. I thought I could handle Long Ting, but now it seems that there's basically no hope. However, if there's a chance, there's no harm in trying. Chen Lin thought to himself. He shook his head a little gloomily and once again entered the crowd to enjoy the pleasure of being a supreme leader. However, just as the banquet was ending, a message from the army commander's token. Looks like it's confirmed who the army commander in charge of East Flow City is. Moling Takshu, it's actually Brother Moling? I'm in luck. Everyone, I'd like to announce that the army commander of the East Flow City has been confirmed. He's my best friend, one of the top 10 experts in the Earth's celestial stage of the Divine Temple. This is a good thing for us. As long as everyone is united and obeys orders, we won't be mistreated in terms of distribution. Of course, if the army is involved, it'll definitely be the top treasures in the primitive mystic realm. If Long Ting were still here, she would definitely be depressed. Moling Takshu was none other than Bailey Ning Bing's fellow disciple, the one who had helped Bailey Ning Bing block her disgusting fellow last time. What? Why didn't you say this earlier? When the two women returned to their room, Chen Shui revealed a little bit of information. As expected, Chen Hao jumped up immediately. It's not as exaggerated as you think. I just feel that he's a little interested. It's not a big deal. Also, when I came back, I made it clear that my cultivation partner was urging me. Alas, if it weren't for cultivation, Brother Hao, we wouldn't be in such trouble. Hee. That's right. Why don't we just do it tonight? Who cares if he's cultivating or not? What do you think? Sure. Long Ting said as she moved closer to Chen Hao. Chen Shui looked at Long Ting speechlessly. Wasn't this lass looking for trouble? A certain someone was usually not shameless, but when she was shameless, who could beat her? Just like asking her to do that kind of thing. But what made Chen Shui surprised was, this, Sister Ting, I'm just joking. Forget it. You've just taken medicine, I can't take it. You'll stay in the cultivation room. In the bedroom, little Shui and I will have a good night's sleep. We'll go light tomorrow morning. Don't have any objections. You're too tempting now. I don't want to flare up. Go. I have objections. I'll go to the cultivation room with Long Ting. You can stay in the bedroom. Chen Shui saw Chen Hao's gaze inadvertently looking at her, and her heart skipped a beat. She was so frightened that she hurriedly said, I'm the head of the family. If you have any objections, keep them to yourself. Chen Hao released his energy directly and pulled Chen Shui back. It's boring to play with fire. Although little Shui is at the peak of the initial stage of the Earth's celestial stage and her aura is very strong, she's a little weak. Why don't you play for real? Remember to activate the restrictive spell. Don't let me hear you again. Chapter 662. The next morning at the spaceplane plaza in the center of East Flow City, there were 1,000 spaceplanes lined up neatly. Millions of cultivators at the Earth's celestial stage turned into streaks of light and flew toward the spaceplanes they were going to take. Be careful. Let's go. After stepping into the plaza, it was time for Chen Hao, Chen Shui, and Long Ting to part ways. The cultivators at the rank of captain and vice captain would take the same spaceplane. It was the most powerful spaceplane among the 1,000 spaceplanes. The captains would take the same spaceplane with their 10 squads, a total of 1,000 people. This meant that Chen Hao would have to fly for at least a few months in the chaotic space. After entering the primitive mystic area, it would depend on the situation. If there were no problems, Chen Hao would have to travel alone. Hello, Captain. But our captain is so young and so handsome. Hello, Captain. He is more than handsome. He is at the peak of the Earth's celestial stage. This aura is too powerful. Fellow cultivators, you are mistaken. I am an ordinary soldier like everyone else. When Chen Hao stepped into the spaceplane, there were already hundreds of people in it. What made Chen Hao embarrassed was that he did not hide his aura and caused a commotion. Most people even mistook him for a captain. That's impossible. Brother, you are so powerful. Oh, I understand. You must have given up your position on your own accord. Yes, I am sorry, Chen Hao said helplessly. He had decided to appear as his real self. At this time, he realized that it was time to restrain himself. There was no need to attract too much attention in this place. Little brother, how should I address you? My name is Mei Chaofeng. Can I go with you? Don't worry, I just need to follow you. I promise I will not be a burden to you. No matter what you need, as long as I can do it, I will do it for you. Little brother, we will be in the chaotic space for almost half a year. Can I go with you? Although I do not have an original Yin body, I am proficient in the dual cultivation method. I believe it will be beneficial to your cultivation. Or, you can name a price. As long as I can afford it, I will give it to you. This is just a deal, and it won't affect you at all. Please help me. I've been stuck at the peak of the Earth's celestial stage for too long, and only a genius like you can help me. My cultivation partner died many years ago, and I'm not a fickle woman. Sorry. What made Chen Hao almost break out in a cold sweat was that two sweet voices entered his ears from two different directions. They actually wanted to be friends. Damn, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. Am I such a casual person? However, it had to be said that although Chen Hao did not look at them, he could sense with his spiritual consciousness that the two female cultivators were indeed quite beautiful. She believed that if it was another man who didn't care about trifles, he probably wouldn't refuse. Unfortunately, they were not tempting to Chen Hao at all. Even if they were 10 times more beautiful, he would not agree. What was the difference between him and a prostitute? However, Chen Hao did not underestimate them. Just like the cultivation method of the Happy Valley on the Asianing planet, it was 100 or even 1,000 times more evil. Still, it was able to exist openly and become one of the top sects on the Asianing planet. These female cultivators were also doing it for the sake of increasing their strength and cultivation. They came to him so easily and directly because he was so talented. He was definitely the best choice for dual cultivation. For female cultivators who relied on this method to improve their strength, it was no different from eating Tang Seng's meat. In fact, what Chen Hao didn't know was that it wasn't just these ordinary cultivators. Even the top genius cultivators had such a phenomenon. In order to improve their strength, they secretly sought out more talented members of the opposite sex. Even their cultivation partners allowed it. It was not uncommon. Little brother, don't you want to look at me? Maybe you will be tempted? Sorry, you'd better find someone else. I don't do this. Chen Hao forcibly cut off the other party's mind again. At the same time, he activated a powerful mind guard to shield himself and quickly walked to his seat. This is too crowded, Chen Hao glanced around and thought to himself after he sat down. Under normal circumstances, the space between the seats of the Alliance's aircraft was several hundred feet apart. However, this aircraft, which looked very big from the outside, was only 10 feet apart from the inside. Obviously, the space was occupied by other uses. Brother, how should I address you? My name is Li Tian. I'm a disciple of the Sword Rain sect from East Flow City. I'm the team leader. You should be in our team. You're not from East Flow City, Are you? Chen Hao, from the Asian Ing planet. Team Leader Li, this aircraft looks quite big from the outside. Why is the space between our seats so small? Chen Hao asked the middle-aged cultivator who was trying to curry favor with him. It's normal that young people like you don't know. You'll understand when everyone arrives and starts the aircraft. For such a big event, the Alliance doesn't pay anything and is obligated to transport it. However, the cost is very high. Therefore, the Alliance came up with a solution a long time ago. In other words, apart from the captain-level aircraft that has free independent space, we don't have it. If we want to cultivate in peace, we have to spend immortal yuan crystals to enter the VIP room. There are individual rooms inside, just like a restaurant. Of course, the cost of a room of the same level is 100 times higher than in a restaurant. Ordinary people can't afford it. I see. Hello, Brother Chen. I'm Zhao Yuan Xiao, a disciple of the Blue Maple sect from East Flow City. Nice to meet you. Brother Chen. Chen Hao felt helpless in the face of the cultivators who came to greet him enthusiastically. However, he didn't have the arrogance of a powerhouse and greeted them with cupped fists. These people only came to greet him and didn't disturb him. Their purpose was simple. They wanted to get familiar with him so that if they met, they would give him some face. This was enough. After a while, Chen Hao also realized that as long as a cultivator had a strong aura, they were very popular. Many people tried to curry favor with them, especially some team leaders and deputy team leaders. Brother Chen, it seems that you're still not used to this situation. We're just trying our luck and don't ask for your help. However, if we meet someone who isn't hostile, it'll be good. If we can help, it'll be better. I know that Brother Chen won't go with our team, but I still hope that if we meet with danger, you can help us if it's convenient. We won't mistreat Brother Chen. No problem. If there's danger in the area, just let me know. If I can help, I'll help. Chen Hao said. Thank you so much. While Chen Hao was busy dealing with them, Long Ting and Chen Shui were much more relaxed in the aircraft above the rank of team leader. They were separated by a few 100 feet, and the banquet last night had allowed them to get to know the cultivators present. These people, whether they were disciples of the Divine Temple or cultivators of the top sects, were all geniuses with their own arrogance. Unless they were like Chen Hao, who was much more powerful than the people around them, no one would put down their pride and deliberately curry favor with them. However, Chen Shui was a little busier than Long Ting. The reason was that Long Ting was familiar with Zhong Yangming and Go Daoqian, the two single disciples of the Divine Temple. Although they had met last night, Chen Shui and Long Ting had left early after a free exchange and an introduction, so they didn't have a chance. But now, the two of them were very interested in Chen Shui, who was hiding her true identity, and took the initiative to find a topic to talk about. Long Ting knew that nothing would happen, so she deliberately ignored it and looked at Chen Shui with a smile. Unfortunately, Long Ting was pleased with herself for a while before she was shocked by Chen Shui's words. She was also surprised that Chen Shui actually, the two of you are not bad. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in you. The one I like is Long Ting. Thank you. It can't be. You, Zhong Yangming, Go Daoqian, Mo Weiwei, Duan Rentian, and Long Ting were all dumbfounded. It was not because of Chen Shui's declaration of liking Long Ting, but because of the sudden change in Chen Shui's aura, as if it was completely the aura of her true body, the aura of a man. At the same time, the blue dress on her body suddenly changed into a blue robe. Her beautiful face instantly became more robust, and she became a real handsome guy. She was not inferior to Chen Hao, who was so handsome that he shocked the Central Committee of the Central Committee. The only thing was that she was more handsome than masculine. Ting ding, forget about Chen Hao. Let's be together in the future, okay? Chen Shui glared at the astonished Long Ting, and with a hiss, she went to Long Ting's side, hugged her by the waist and said, You little girl, how am I a little girl? Hurry up and go back, don't stay here with me. Long Ting pushed Chen Shui away. Cough cough. Qin Xiaobai, are you a man or a woman? Isn't this absolute art a little too godly? I can be male or female. But my heart is male, so don't bother me. We can only be friends. Chen Shui looked at Long Ting proudly, but she did not return to her seat. Instead, she sat down beside Long Ting and said, "Let's go together." Sush. Long Ting, who was in a daze, suddenly flipped out in broad daylight. A cloud of smoke directly appeared around the two of them. Then, before Chen Shui could react, she grabbed Chen Shui's chest with one hand and reached between her legs with the other. "Ah, ha! I told you. Teach me. I must learn this ultimate skill. You have to be able to learn it first, but you have to help me with something first. What is it? Tell me. As long as I can do it, I'll naturally help you. I want." Chapter 663. What are the two of them doing? Could it be? Zhong Yangming and the others were a little dumbfounded. At the same time, the cultivators who were paying attention to the situation here were also a little dumbfounded. There was such an absolute art in the world? It could be both male and female. This Chen Xiaobai was not simple. This was the consensus that everyone had reached. At least, no one present could see through any flaws in Chen Xiaobai's disguise as a man. Moreover, although Chen Xiaobai's original appearance was disguised with her aura and appearance, the aura of the primordial Yin body was not something that could be imitated by any man. Unless it was a legendary figure who had surpassed the Hongmeng realm and could directly condense a true life form with supreme magical powers, only then could it be done. However, it was obvious that Chen Xiaobai could not be an expert above the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. In other words, she was indeed a woman. Then, the aura that she had turned into a man just now could only mean that she had done it with some kind of absolute art. This absolute art could not increase one's combat strength, but its awesome function was absolutely awesome. On the same day, in the other four cities on Vast Universe Star, Helian Wuzi, Tantai Lian, Xia Yuyu, and the Lung sisters, who were inseparable, also boarded the aircraft one after another. The five of them were also disciples of the Divine Temple and did not appear in their true forms. Moreover, the five of them were also relatively busy. Even Tantai Lian, who had lost her primordial Yin body, was no exception. As a single woman, especially a genius girl who could become a disciple of the Divine Temple, even if her appearance was ordinary, she would still be popular. It did not matter if she lost her primordial Yin body. There were many cultivators who had the mentality of not having to take responsibility for each other's improvement. However, just like Qin Lin and Long Ting, no one dared to force them. They just tried to get close to them. Under normal circumstances, there would not be any problems. After all, they were all disciples of the Divine Temple and still had the basic manners. At the same time, any disciple of the Divine Temple would be protected by the human race was very scary. Half an hour later, everyone was present. The captain and vice-captain of the 1,000-man team arrived almost at the same time. Their auras were indeed much higher than the average person's. After entering the cabin, they gave a lecture and even did a roll call so that everyone could get to know each other. When Chen Hao was mentioned, the two of them couldn't help but take a few more glances at him, but they didn't show any eagerness. The reason was very simple. At this moment, although Chen Hao was still a rare genius who possessed the aura of the peak of the later stage of the Earth's celestial stage at the peak of the initial stage, he wasn't too conspicuous. This was also because Chen Hao could not stand the enthusiasm of the crowd and had deliberately restrained himself. At the very least, even if the cultivators who came later noticed him, they would feel that his combat strength might not be as good as theirs and would not be as enthusiastic as they were at the beginning. The other cultivators who knew Chen Hao's true aura would naturally not gossip and tell everyone that Chen Hao had concealed his aura. People were selfish. If they all went to curry favor with Chen Hao, wouldn't the effect of their enthusiasm weaken? Of course, he wouldn't report it to the captain and vice-captain. How could they say that Chen Hao had an aura that was even stronger than the captain's? If the two of them were very low-key and easy to get along with, they might tell them to increase the strength of the team. However, the two of them were full of officialdom, so those who had such thoughts dismissed the idea. If they said that, what if the two of them were petty and thought that they were being looked down upon? That would be a thankless task, so no one would do it. Everyone, the aircraft is officially activated. The estimated time to reach the primitive mystic realm is about 5 months. During this period, those in the cabin will not be able to enter the second world. If you need to cultivate, you can go to the VIP area. The area will be charged according to the rules of the Alliance. There are various services in the VIP area. Cultivators who need them can go in and take a look. Whoosh! As soon as the Heaven's Celestial Stage expert in charge of the aircraft finished speaking, there was an uproar in the cabin. Most of them were like Chen Hao, young people who had never experienced such a big event. Some middle-aged and elderly people were more calm. They closed their eyes and rested in their seats or comprehended their unique skills. Isn't this too much? It's fine if there's no independent space, but we can't even enter the second world. How are we supposed to live? That's right. The second world signal should be provided. Everyone, I'm very sorry. In order to save costs, the Alliance can only do this. These are the services and fees of the VIP area. If you need them, you can go to the VIP area. The old man seemed to know that there would be complaints. After he calmly said this, he disappeared. At the same time, a giant display screen appeared at the front of the cabin, listing out the various services. This time, the cursing and swearing became even more intense. Expensive. It was 100 times the price of any high-class place in East Flow City. Even the captain and vice-captain were depressed. But for the sake of face, they still stood up and walked towards the VIP area. Some young disciples also stood up after being depressed for a moment. But those that dared to walk into the VIP area numbered less than 300 out of 1,000 people. Moreover, the vast majority of them were young people. The reason was simple. At the same cultivation realm, their combat strength was about the same. Naturally, the older one was, the poorer one would be. The younger one's status, whether it was in a sect or family, would be much more important. Naturally, they would have more wealth. There were over a dozen young disciples that were clearly peerless geniuses like Chen Hao. They stood up with arrogant expressions. Chen Hao followed the flow of people and walked in. Although he didn't care about this small amount of money, he still felt as if he were being slaughtered like a fat sheep. What he hated the most was that there wasn't even a signal to open the second world. That didn't consume much energy. Without a doubt, this was to entice everyone to spend money. Hello, may I ask what service you need? It's you? How come you're here? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The waitress's face flushed red and she stuttered as she spoke. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Chen Hao. She had a helpless look on her face. She wanted to explain, but in the end, she didn't. There were 50 young waitresses and waitresses at the service counter that was about 300 feet long. All of them were at the peak of the later stage of the human celestial stage. Chen Hao followed the nearly 300 cultivators and walked in front of a female attendant who was in charge of handling the service. She had just finished with the person in front of her and was politely sending him off with her gaze, so Chen Hao didn't pay any attention to her. However, he didn't expect that when the female attendant saw Chen Hao, she actually cried out in surprise and covered her mouth. At this time, Chen Hao was a little surprised to recognize this young waitress. Wasn't she the little girl that he had mistaken for Long Ting in the East Stream restaurant? Oh, congratulations. You must have been promoted, right? I'm sorry about last time. What's your name? Chen Hao said with a smile and didn't ask further. It's okay. My name is Fan Xiaoqing. Mr. Chen, what service do you need? I can help you. Fan Xiaoqing? In this East Stream city, there are only Fan Xiaoqing. It's very rare. A top-level room. If there are any more, please help me with it. Top-level room. It's very expensive. Mr. Chen, can you change it to a normal one? The cost of a normal one is 10 times lower, but the function is not much different. What surprised Chen Hao was that Fan Xiaoqing transmitted her voice to him. She seemed to be worried that he would spend too much money. This wasn't something that she should do as a waitress. It's okay. I'll take the top-level one. Chen Hao said casually. Oh. Fan Xiaoqing bit her lips and looked at Chen Hao with a strange look. She lowered her head even more. She seemed to be very nervous and reluctant to take Chen Hao's wealth card and help him with it. Chen Hao was a little confused, but he didn't want to ask further. He said a few more words because he had hugged her by mistake and felt a little embarrassed. What Chen Hao didn't know was that when he left the counter and walked towards the top-level room, the waitress, whose face was still red, took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She looked like she was praying sincerely. After a few seconds, she started to process the rest. "Sir, this way please." When Chen Hao held the room token and walked through the door of the VIP area, a middle-aged man in the Heaven Immortal stage with a smile on his face cupped his fists and bowed to Chen Hao, making an inviting gesture. This surprised Chen Hao. Could it be that because of the high cost, even the waitress became a divine immortal? He had seen attendants at the human celestial stage and the earth celestial stage. But a heaven celestial? That was too exaggerated. If a heaven celestial were on the Wuji star, he would definitely be a powerful figure. But in this aircraft, he was just an attendant who received guests. Chen Hao looked at the middle-aged divine immortal who was leading the way and shook his head slightly. Then he followed him into the maze-like passageway with many twists and turns. "Sir, this is your room, which is also our top-level room. On the tea table in the living room, there is a high-class service that can only be consumed in top-level rooms. If you need it, just press the service button and let me know." "High-class service? Heh, you will understand when you see it. If you need it, just let me know. I won't bother you anymore." "Well, okay." Chen Hao replied and walked into the room. He spent 100 times the price, but the space wasn't very big. However, the decorations were very luxurious, and the room contained a dense amount of heaven and earth aura. To be able to do this in an aircraft, it was indeed very costly. Moreover, there were various complicated and high-level runes, which gave off a weak but profound aura of the law of heaven, which was even rarer. Phew, it's finally quiet. I have been flying in the chaotic space for half a year, which is just enough time for me to practice in the second world, Chen Hao said with a long sigh. As he spoke, he walked slowly to the tea table and sat comfortably in the armchair. Then, he waved his hand and picked up the so-called high-class service document. You're tuning into the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.